Are trans people appropriating autism?
And then I also am a special needs mother and advocate.
I don't know if trans people are appropriating autism.
Autism is a big focus for me.
Buck Angel and his guest Amber arguably barely even actually cover that subject at all in their 1 hour discussion, in spite of it being named exactly that.
I would like to get into the hysterectomy thing first, and then let's get into the autism, because this is great. You actually have an autistic child, right?
But whether trans people are actually appropriating autism or not, the autism discourse in this interview is bad.
It's not something you want to have, yet these kids all want to have it.
Kids with autism, why it's such on a rise is because you are going with what is in style.
And when I say the interview is bad, I don't mean that I just disagree with the opinions in it or that I'm personally offended by it.
Now you see on TikTok, all these people are like, oh, I'm stimming. This is a stim. And it's not a stim. This isn't a stim.
When I say this interview is bad, what I mean is that it actually actively and concrete measurable ways makes autistic people's lives more difficult by spreading medically incorrect information about autistic characteristics.
I can show you, Buck, videos of my son stimming where he flinches his whole, he clenches his whole body and he goes into it. It's like it's like an uncontrollable thing, like an actual seizure.
It's also bad because, intentionally or not, it encourages public distrust and hostility towards actually autistic people, unless those people specifically match the deficit profile of Amber's own son.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me.
If the autism discussion in this interview just challenged the legitimacy of autistic self-diagnosis, I would not be filming this response.
I feel the same way as gatekeeping the autism community, because that's something that's so important that people now are self-identifying as, and it makes it less valuable. All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked, oh, I stim.
Responding to this interview just to defend the legitimacy of autistic self-diagnosis, it's just such a fundamentally uninteresting idea to me that I couldn't have forced myself to turn on the camera to film that.
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son, and these kids were like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. It's not right. I'm sorry.
I'm not filming this because the interview attacks alleged self-diagnosing kids that are faking autism on the internet.
And these kids could write on the internet, TikTok, and do all this stuff. My son doesn't understand the use of a computer. My son doesn't understand this.
It does attack them, but as someone who does still think this interview is awful, I'm not responding to that. At least not in the way that most people in the actually autistic online community would probably be expecting or hoping from me.
You could say whatever the hell you want and you get to be treated as you want. No.
I'm doing this response because this interview not only disparages and defames professionally diagnosed autistic people, but it also discredits their struggles.
There's so many kids with Asperger's who are just a little bit socially awkward. I'm socially awkward. I don't know how to, I'm really, right, exactly, everybody. My husband.
And it promotes messages to the public that deny professionally diagnosed people the right to safely identify themselves and explain themselves without risking hostile reactions.
I'm going to gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism.
I'm responding because this interview serves as a call to action for discrimination and harassment towards anyone who identifies as autistic, whether online or off.
Because it also makes me so mad, Amber, that these kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them. And where are the fucking adults? Where are they?
And that call to action specifically includes diagnosed autistic people if Amber personally disagrees with those professional diagnostic standards.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. The DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
or if those people don't match the precise deficit profile of Amber's own autistic son, who she wrongfully and selfishly establishes in this interview as the literal definition of legitimate autism.
My son is 12 years old. He still wears diapers. My son does not speak. My son cannot feed himself. My son does not know time. My son does not know weather. He hits himself. He hits us. That is autism.
Amber says so many things in this interview that are at a fundamental level either contradictory to each other or just detached from reality entirely, to the point where I have to take a lot of the more normal, sensible seeming things she says and almost forensically dissect them to make sure there isn't anything I might have missed in terms of what she may or may not be intending to communicate. Before I really even get started, here's just one example.
Really, what you said, high level, I think 3, right? Or level, whatever. Yeah, 3 is the highest you can be diagnosed as.
Yeah. And he's 12. Wow. And he's incontinent, so that means he still wears diapers. So okay. He's really generally like what autism is.
How can Amber say that her son is level 3 out of 3, the most severe of autism cases, but also say that her son is generally what autism is? Either he's an example of the most severe autism profile, or he's an example of a typical case. Either or. Like, what Amber's already done, intentionally or not, is establish that this level 3 autism language she's using is suitable for describing the severity of her own son's support needs, but that even the briefest discussion of how level 2 and level 1 cases may contrast with that isn't worth considering. Now, later on, Amber's actually going to give a completely fake, trivialized version of the now retired diagnosis that recovers most level 1 ASD diagnosed patients, and suggested their inclusion in autism spectrum disorder in the first place was not only illegitimate, but provoked a tidal wave of irreverent and stylish online kids wrongfully appropriating her son's struggles to boost their social standing. This happens to reflect a pattern where Amber will seemingly say just about anything to make her son's own case sound as severe and dire and sympathetic as possible, and to characterize her own son as the standard for determining if others are legitimately autistic or not. And there's also a pattern where Amber will basically just say anything to make people believe the things about autism that suit her specific agenda. Now, what fascinates me about this interview, more than anything else, is that even if we were to assume that every single online video that Amber saw of a young-looking person representing themselves as autistic was just put out by a faker that was abusing the autism label to get undeserved positive attention and social media growth.
She was saying that she's witnessed so many like older kids do this because they're getting the accolades, and that's
right.
What we would still be left with in this specific interview between Buck and Amber in terms of what is and isn't said and explained is a video that at the bare minimum spreads misinformation that has already damaged the goodwill and reputation of people that have actually gotten official documented diagnoses. And the ironic thing is that those are the people that Buck and Amber genuinely believe that they are defending in this interview.
In order for you to get some kind of help and some kind of hope, there needs to be something on the books. They're not doctors, they're not therapists, but because you took a 2-minute quiz on Google that you get to say this.
Now, like, what do I mean by that? How is this video, which maybe, I don't know, maybe a month old or something like that at the time that I'm writing this, how has that already damaged the reputation of professionally diagnosed disabled people? Well, there's a section in the interview where Buck's guest Amber casts accusations of fraud against social media videos that people post of what they represent to be their own neurodivergent, self-regulating repetitive motions, or stimming as it's commonly called.
All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked, oh, I stim.
Now, I don't know which specific videos Amber's talking about, but whether the videos Amber herself saw and was angered by were real or not, at multiple points during this interview, she attempts to categorically discredit the legitimacy of all self-published videos of people stimming by comparing what's seen in those videos to behaviors exhibited by her own son Noah, who is autistic.
It's an echoic stimming, so he'll scream, ah, or he'll flap because that's what his body is telling him to do. So stimming is like my son flaps, but it's like a rigid flap. So it's kind of, I would describe it more as a seizure where it's uncontrolled. Now you see on TikTok, all these people are like, oh, I'm stimming. This is a stim. And it's not a stim. This isn't a stim. I can show you, Buck, videos of my son stimming where he flinches his whole, he clenches his whole body and he goes into it. It's like it's like an uncontrollable thing, like an actual seizure.
Now, no stimming may resemble a seizure to Amber, and that might not be a bad way for anyone else to casually explain this child's movements to like an outsider who's unfamiliar with these sort of symptoms. And given the extreme nature of Noah's disability profile and the way a lot of like neurodivergent related neurological diagnoses can overlap, for all I know, he could be actually epileptic or have some other sort of condition that triggers seizures or is characterized by seizures. But Amber does not specify that, so I can't assume that.
I would describe it more as a seizure. It's like an uncontrollable thing, like an actual seizure.
But the thing is, Amber, and specifically, cannot stop mentioning her medical background.
Oh, I'm in the medical field. I'm in the medical field.
Amber would seemingly want people to trust her opinions on healthcare issues to be of qualitatively superior trustworthiness than that of a member of the general public. Now, the fact that Amber seems to have potentially conflated involuntary muscle spasms and possible tics with stimming is already kind of concerning and potentially dangerous in the specific sense that this interview is supposed to be spreading accurate information about autistic behaviors to quell what Amber accuses of being online misinformation from kids that are faking autistic traits. But even more than that, by inaccurately explaining self-regulatory stimming by neurodivergent people as a form of having a seizure, Amber's spreading misinformation that I could specifically prove is harming people's perception of professionally diagnosed autistic people, especially ones whose profiles may differ from that of her own son. In the comments of Buck's interview with Amber, we can see a response by a person with epilepsy.
Not autism, but I've had epilepsy for 15 years. I get jolts, jerks that I can't control. I don't know why anyone would want to have Tourette's, autism, global developmental delay, or anything like this. It's not quirky or fun.
It seems reasonable to expect that this epileptic person now believes that people who stim, but who don't share the same support needs and deficit profile as Amber's son Noah, people who may superficially look normal, are faking seizures. And by doing so, they'd be mocking not only autistic people, but epileptic people like them as well. So I don't think I need to really go into further detail to explain why this person and others like them trusting this interview and now believing medically false information about autistic characteristics is going to harm the chances of them believing officially diagnosed neurodivergent people that exhibit stimming behavior. Now, this is how misinformation spreads that harms disabled people in general, and we really don't need that given how difficult disabled life is for people of all sorts of descriptions and backgrounds. Now, I know that some people are going to see my response to this point, or even well before it, and want to stop me and say, but Amber means she means the kids that are faking autism, faking disabilities on social media, so unless you're seriously defending self-diagnosing teens that are mocking the disabled for web clout, you must understand the valid point she's making throughout the interview. And if all Amber said or did in this interview was exactly that, perhaps that would have been a valid reason for me to stop and reconsider my criticism of the interview. But about 20 minutes into the interview, Amber goes on a 30-second rant where she basically establishes that her self-described gatekeeping that she wants to bring to the autism community includes her reserving the right to reject the inclusion of anyone if Amber doesn't think that their disability profile matches that of her son, who she defines as the actual definition of autism.
I'm going to gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism. My son is 12 years old. He still wears diapers. My son does not speak. My son cannot feed himself. My son does not know time. My son does not know weather. My son elopes. My son, like, he hits himself. He hits us. That is autism.
But even if we were to ignore the fact that Amber will say that later in the interview, and we were to again assume that all the online stimming videos and autism videos Amber saw that got her upset were from fakers, Amber spreading factually incorrect, medically incorrect information by describing neurodivergent stimming behavior as a form of having a seizure, while speaking from a position of implied authority by repeatedly mentioning her medical background.
Oh, I'm in the medical field. I'm in the medical field. I never worked pediatrics except like a clinical route that I had to do.
And by establishing her own son as the standard by which true or legitimate autism and adjacent neurological variation should be understood.
He's really generally what autism is. My son, like, he hits himself. He hits us. That is autism.
Amber is, whether she intended to or not, reinforcing and encouraging ongoing and right now really escalating trends where people who went through professional evaluation and testing and received formal diagnoses, who might have the ability to potentially at least partially integrate into mainstream social and professional settings with the help of therapy, with the help of medication in some cases, with the help of accommodations, or even just a little patience from the non-disabled people that they deal with. They're routinely being targeted by online vigilantes for ridicule and harassment. They're being bullied, they're being threatened, they're being accused of fraud, lying, cheating, and stealing from children like Noah. and that really alone is more than enough to establish that there's harm being done in this interview between Buck Angel and his guest Amber. But there's so much within the video aside from that, or I guess that there's so much, I guess, to unpack, I guess you could say.
There's a lot here, you know.
Now, before I continue, like, really sort of tearing into the interview, I really think it's necessary to consider Amber's situation for the sake of compassion and honesty.
First off, personally, for you to have a child like that is so, you know, I'm a parent too, and I just, you know, I feel for you because it's not easy what you're having to deal with, but you're such a loving, beautiful mother. I can tell. I just met you, but I can tell. And to struggle with what you have to struggle.
Amber's a parent who's made a full-time, indefinite commitment to perpetually care for her disabled child, is going to need extensive hands-on help with everything they'll do for their entire life. And Amber probably having hyper-focused her knowledge and her energy on caring for her own high support needs autistic son, while also raising 2 other children, it really should be considered. No matter how much me or anyone else may disagree with Amber's opinions, I think everyone should stop and think about how much little time and energy Amber may or may not have available to her outside of that. And after all that daily and nightly work and effort she goes through to care for Noah and 2 non-disabled kids, why should Amber be required by the world to also learn in depth about autism beyond the context of the needs, care, the treatment that she needs to be familiar with to serve as the custodian and advocate for her own child? As the parent and caretaker to her own children, I don't think it should at all be Amber's responsibility to spend her limited time and energy on that. But as someone who voluntarily goes out in public as a non-autistic person and represents herself not only as an advocate that is protecting the legitimacy of clinically diagnosed autistic people,
and then I also am a special needs mother and advocate, and I'm an advocate here in Colorado. I'm going to gatekeep autism.
But as a medical professional...
Oh, I'm in the medical field. I'm in the medical field.
It's absolutely Amber's responsibility to be knowledgeable about these things. And she's failed really as an advocate for autistic people in that regard.
Autism is a big focus for me.
Which, in spite of her best intentions, partially includes her own son. And I'll explain why. When explaining the nature of Noah's situation to those unfamiliar with autism care and treatment, Amber's uses the DSM-5 language of the diagnosis to explain the extreme nature of her son's deficits and support needs, which is level 3 out of 3 under the DSM-5.
So my son is a level 3 out of 3.
Now, Amber's using this DSM-5 level 3 diagnosis to describe the attributes of her own son's autism and his resulting support needs. And that isn't objectionable or even remarkable, even worth commenting on its own.
Really, what you said, high level, I think 3, right? Or level, whatever. Yeah, 3 is the highest you can be
It's the
diagnosed
most severe.
as.
Yeah.
The problem is, throughout the same interview, Amber establishes an opinion that disregards the diagnosis of autistic people who may fall into DSM-5's level 1 autism spectrum disorder diagnosis as inherently illegitimate. Now, the way she does this is that she repeatedly explains that the DSM-5 was fundamentally mistaken in abolishing several adjacent but separate diagnoses to the DSM-4's former autism disorder, including Asperger's syndrome, and the merging of these into DSM-5's autism spectrum disorder, which describes patients in terms of having 3 different levels of support needs.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been. I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed.
But as I mentioned, this change made to the DSM-5 is also what created the 3-level needs-based autism diagnosis system that she's using to describe her son. So whether she intended this or not, or even is aware that she's doing it, Amber's establishing a position where the DSM-5's multi-tiered support needs-oriented diagnosis system for autism spectrum disorder, or ASD, is valid in serving the agenda of expressing the severity of the disability profile of Amber's son.
So my son is a level 3 out of 3.
Well, I think 3, right? 3 is the highest you can be
It's the
diagnosed
most severe.
as.
Yeah.
While insisting that this same classification system is invalid in describing autistic people that don't match the severity of her own son's characteristics and support needs.
I'm
No,
going
it's not
to
me.
gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism.
Now, to be clear, once again, I am not exaggerating when I say that in this interview, Amber establishes her own son Noah as the literal definition of what autism is.
He still wears diapers, does not speak, cannot feed himself. He hits himself. He hits us. That is autism.
Noah is not autism, nor is he the definition of autism. But she hammers this in.
He's
It's the most
nonverbal,
severe.
so he doesn't speak at
Nonverbal.
all. And he's 12
Wow.
and he's incontinent, so that means he still wears diapers. So
Okay.
he's really generally like what autism is, what autism can be.
Okay, never mind. Good. Like, Amber caught herself there. She corrected herself. That's great. Noah's profile is what autism can be, and that should not be hidden or diminished. So, to at least some extent, she understands that. I mean, she does understand that, but everything else she says in this interview doesn't follow up on the intent of,
He's really generally what autism can be.
but instead on the intent of.
He's really generally what autism is.
So that's what I'm going to respond to in terms of my tone here, because she provides no other examples of what legitimate autism profiles other than Noah's might look like.
He still wears diapers, does not speak, cannot feed himself. He hits himself. He hits us. That is autism. He's really generally what autism is.
Healthcare professionals evaluating for autism don't bring patients into a room where Noah is sitting there waiting for them, compare those patients to Noah, and decide based on that whether or not the patient deserves to be considered for care and treatment and accommodations that fit their individual disability profile, if they're even determined to have one at all. The autism spectrum is not an assessment as to whether or not any specific person has an easier or harder life than Noah. And the thought of that is just so, grotesque to me that I don't even like saying that for the sake of saying that that's not the case. But Amber in this interview seems perfectly content to spread messages that cause members of the public to take it upon themselves to debunk and disregard people with actual diagnoses if their specific individual profile isn't as severe as Noah's. And that's not fair to anyone, especially Noah. Noah's only one autistic person. And saying that does nothing to diminish, nothing to belittle the nature of Noah's support requirements or his deservingness to being taken seriously, of his needs, of his humanity, of his deservingness to be cared for, to be, I guess, cared about, to be loved, respected, to be protected. Because the thing is, that's the reason why Amber and the non-autistic audience that trusts Buck Angel and the opinions of the guests that Buck trusts enough to bring on his show, for them to make Noah or people like him the center of a private universe that all autism or disability discourse or resources should revolve around, that's not respectful or helpful to anyone, including Noah himself. And that sort of thinking actually fertilizes an atmosphere of disrespect that reduces all disabled people to just sort of stereotyping tropes. And those sorts of toxic standards we can see examples of in the comments section of the interview from people who are convinced they're helping autistic people by taking the opinions expressed by Amber and Buck's interview at face value, but then pushing them to further extremes that are far beyond anything that Amber or Buck would probably agree with. So getting back to Noah himself, professionals who have evaluated them under the guidelines of DSM-5 as a person with autism spectrum disorder, and due to the extreme nature of their deficits, requires support needs at level 3 out of 3, that being the most extensive and severe. Now, no one worth engaging with in terms of the discussion of disability would deny or diminish Noah's support needs or say that Noah should be hidden so that people with lower support needs are made to look better or something like that, because there is that kind of talk out there and it's disgusting. But that aside, there's something fundamentally wrong with the fact that Amber, Noah's mother, is comfortable using this level 3 autism language from the DSM-5 to stress the very serious support needs of her son.
So my son is a level 3 out of 3.
Really, what you said, high level, I think 3, right? Or level, whatever. Yeah, 3 is the highest you can be
It's the
diagnosed
most severe.
as.
Yeah.
And does that while also insisting that people who may fall under level 1, which in part includes what was once known as Asperger syndrome, should not have their deficits and support needs also be taken seriously.
I'm going to gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism. All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked.
So again, even if Amber's correct that there is a flood of kids on the internet facetiously claiming to have autism, for Amber to conduct an interview from the standpoint that the DSM-5's autism spectrum disorder ranking system, which is based on support needs, is good enough to describe her son's support needs, which are severe, but illegitimate to describe the support needs of unrelated people she's never met, is self-centered behavior. Now, I feel that the self-centeredness in this context really isn't rooted in malice, but just in one mother's passion to ensure her son's survival. And it's probably just rooted in a lack of awareness of autism beyond her own son's experience, which is what she's going to be most familiar with. But it's still self-centered behavior. Now, I do think that most people could probably empathize with that self-centeredness from the standpoint of being a parent living in a bubble, one that would probably naturally form as a survival tactic, where their son, who has extreme special needs and will always need constant care and attention, is going to be the center of their parents' personal universe. But even if that's true, that's not a license for Amber or any other parent of an autistic child to speak in public and describe themselves as an advocate for autistic people.
And then I also am a special needs mother and advocate. So autism is a big focus for me.
While saying things that foster an atmosphere in which diagnosed autistic people whose manifestations of autism are unlike their own children are being routinely targeted for ridicule and harassment, supposedly for stealing from people like Noah and spreading what Amber calls the social contagion of falsely claiming autism.
That's what this social contagion has become. And these kids were like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. It's not right.
That's right.
All it is like the socialness of having a disorder. And it's like, it's not cool.
To intentionally rephrase myself, to make this as clear as possible to as many people as possible, because I'm going to have to attack or address the same statements and quotes from this interview from a number of different angles, because there's so much detail to cover from my perspective. people that have professional diagnoses are supposed to be the ones that Amber and Buck are vouching for, protecting with this interview.
In order for you to get some kind of help and some kind of hope, there needs to be something on the books. They're not doctors, they're not therapists, but because
Nope.
you took a 2-minute quiz on Google, that you get to say this.
Instead, messages from videos like this interview, they've already been shown to cause members of the general public to think that diagnosed autistic people whose profiles don't match patients like Noah are parading illegitimate diagnoses to appropriate undeserved special attention.
He still wears diapers, does not speak, cannot feed himself. He hits himself, he hits us. That is autism. All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked.
Makes me so mad, Amber, that these kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them. And like, where are the fucking adults? Where are they?
The pushback Buck is calling for is already being enacted, but it's coming in the form of judgment and discrimination by non-autistic people who only understand disability in terms of stereotypes that are often centered around the most severely disadvantaged patients, and believe that only they should have any level of consideration or seriousness given to them. Now, this is already causing diagnosed neurodivergent people that Buck thinks he's helping to be refused inclusion in public spaces. Diagnosed autistic people of all ages, they're being refused access to therapy, support, sensory adaptive tools, training, and other accommodations that many of them require to even attempt to perhaps partially integrate with mainstream educational, social, and professional settings, which is supposed to be the goal of, autism and disability care and treatment to begin with, to whatever extent that, outcome may be possible for different patients depending on their individual profiles. So these attitudes have caused diagnosed lower support needs people to have their individual education plans which are unique to disabled students to be rejected by private colleges once they leave public high school. These attitudes ruin the chances for diagnosed neurodivergent students who may be able to engage with a course of study at an even higher level than a non-disabled student, but maybe they can't function in a mainstream classroom setting without accommodations or special equipment. And because of that, they're just misunderstood as being lazy or stupid, even though they're trying harder and working harder than a normal student would have to get the same result. Now, I just want to give one example here. A superficially normal-looking autistic college student that's denied accommodations, they might be mistaken by professors for being unable to perform arithmetic that should be mastered by 4th grade, like 9 and 10-year-olds. But that same student might be able to write an original math textbook at a higher level than a bachelor-level math major in an independent study with someone like the head of a math department. That's the kind of difference that having accommodations can mean or not for people with all sorts of disabilities, not just autism. That was just a specific theoretical case. But now those are the kind of opportunities that get taken away from people when people encounter interviews like Buck and Amber's interview and then just go judging disability and disabled people based on stereotypes, and then accuse documented disabled people of faking to get special treatment if they perhaps can read or write or can live outside of a psychiatric hospital. Now, to again intentionally repeat myself, these attitudes are thriving because non-autistic gatekeepers like Amber, whether they mean to or not, they're saying things that promote hostility and skepticism towards diagnosed disabled people because their difference in support needs and compared to children like Amber's son. Well, those things just get used by people as proof that non-high support needs disabled people, including autism, must be committing disability fraud and stealing attention and resources from children like Noah and their parents. Now, I know there are going to be some people who'd want to stop me here again and say, but Amber isn't saying that level 1 and 2 diagnosed people aren't legitimate. She's saying that Asperger specifically shouldn't have been umbrellaed with autism spectrum disorder because it makes the ASD diagnosis less valuable to people like Noah, or maybe because it makes it easier for people to falsely claim autism.
All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked.
Now, if the former of those theoretical counter-arguments against my criticism was true, I want to ask, why is Amber comfortable using DSM-5's Level 1 and 2 descriptions, which cover most former Asperger syndrome diagnosed patients, as the fulcrum with which to leverage the severity of her own son's Level 3 diagnosis.
So my son is a level 3 out of 3.
Really, what you said, level, I think 3, right? Or level, whatever. Yeah, 3 is the highest you can be
It's the most
diagnosed
severe.
as.
Yeah.
Now, based on the interview, it seems like Level 1 and possibly Level 2 are valid to Amber only in moments where they help paint Noah's situation as sympathetically as possible.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. The DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
Even if it turns out that the APA made a mistake with the Asperger's reclassification, Amber still doesn't have the right to hold patients who underwent professional evaluations responsible for reclassifications of diagnoses that were determined by committees of professionals that end-level patients have no control over. Now, I realize I'm throwing around a lot of specialized jargon that some of you may not be familiar with, so let me attempt to briefly explain the situation. The DSM is the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, which undergoes periodic revisions and updates. The creation of the Autism Spectrum Disorder diagnosis and the retirement of the Asperger syndrome diagnosis under the DSM's 5th major edition was a controversial and complicated issue that continues to be discussed and debated among professionals and the patients treated by them. But the reorganization of autism disorder and several adjacent diagnoses into autism spectrum disorder in DSM-5 more than a decade ago wasn't something that came about to be politically correct or out of popular demand to make the autism label more accessible to kids who wanted to claim a disorder to be special or trendy on social media.
It's not something you want to have, yet these kids all want to have it.
All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked, and these kids could write on the internet, TikTok, and do all this stuff. You could say whatever the hell you want, and you get to be treated as you want. No.
Because it also makes me so mad, Amber, that these kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them. And like, where are the fucking adults? Where are they?
There's some of the things that Amber says, they seem to kind of suggest that she might actually specifically believe that.
Older kids do this because they're getting the accolades. Kids with autism, why it's such on a rise is because you are going with what is in style.
That's right.
All it is like the socialness of having a disorder. And it's like, it's not cool. I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed.
I'm sorry.
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son, and these kids who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. It's not right.
Oh my God. And then to see these people making sort of mockery and choosing to have autism is so, on so many levels, so wrong and so disrespectful and so just ugly and nasty. And
I'll address that idea later. For now, regarding the change to the DSM-5 itself, the reclassification happened because when they examined the ongoing and continuously developing scientific understanding of these things, they found that there's no consistent biological factors or features that distinguish former autism disorder from the adjacent diagnoses that included former Asperger's syndrome. So that's why the APA reclassified Asperger's syndrome, autism disorder, and several other closely related but distinct diagnoses, some of which were actually official diagnoses that hadn't been given proper specific names, under the new autism spectrum disorder, which is what Amber and Buck describe as the umbrellaing that disgusts them so much.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me.
So DSM-5 established autism spectrum disorders specifics, which included a 3-level system that described patients based on how severely their individual autistic traits made them unable to function in comparison to non-autistic expectations, or basically the severity of that person's external support needs. So maybe the APA was mistaken, maybe they're not. The changes were made back in 2013, I believe, and they're controversial even among officially diagnosed people to this day. And the DSM-5 is going to go through a revision of its own eventually. These revisions do happen for a reason. They're based on updated science and shifting understanding of the implications of these different syndromes and conditions and diagnoses. But even if the APA was mistaken, and autism disorder, Asperger's syndrome, and the several others should have remained distinct nomenclature in terms of their diagnoses, Amber still doesn't have the right to cause the public to question the legitimacy of patients who identify with their own diagnosis as they're formally defined. And the messages in the interview they're really just sort of doomed to do so.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I
Like,
totally agree with you.
many kids with Asperger's who are just a little bit socially awkward. I'm socially awkward. I don't know how to, I'm
We all are.
really, right, exactly, everybody. I'm
No,
going
it's not
to
me.
gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism.
So whatever the name, patients' deficit profiles, their attributes that cause them to be evaluated by professionals and diagnosed in the first place, and the help they may need, those are still part of those people regardless of the name change of what we call those things under DSM-5. And Amber says so many things in the interview that imply that she doesn't care about those deficit profiles or those people, even when the diagnoses are professional, which I'll get into later. But regarding Asperger's syndrome in terms of its nomenclature or naming itself, there's another factor in play as to why that name was retired that Amber herself actually vaguely alludes to in the interview, though in a completely different context to the autism discussion in the podcast, interview, I guess, whatever you want to call it.
These are all Joseph Mengelas, if you want to be truthful about it all.
So Hans Asperger himself was not a member of the Nazi Party, but he was a known member of multiple official Nazi organizations. His work actively aided in the pseudoscientific legitimization of eugenics, and he really pursued the study of people he described as autistic psychopaths, and his findings were used to further the Nazi Party's totalitarian goal of homogenizing the character of their population and to really sort of pursue their ideology of having a perfected population without any so-called defects or subhuman people in it. So if the Nazi Party wasn't defeated in World War II, a lot of the people that now come under autism spectrum disorder, they would have been systematically excluded from society at best, probably sterilized, likely murdered, using justifications that were published with the Nazi Party's approval and permission by Hans Asperger himself.
And I have a child who is going to need the system. What if someday something happens to him and they sterilize him? They were sterilizing kids with special needs not too long ago.
Now, Amber talks in the interview, outside of the context of the autism discussion, she talks about the specific names of Nazi war criminals, human rights monsters that believed in eugenics, practiced genocidal policies of ethnic cleansing.
These are all Joseph Mengelas, if you want to be truthful about it all.
But in the same interview, Amber bemoans the DSM-5's abolition of the Asperger's syndrome terminology, which was named for a man whose work served as justification for the acts of a regime that sterilized and murdered children and celebrated every act as a victory for human progress. So after all that, does it really take much more to explain why people who could benefit from certain therapy and services after an official diagnosis wouldn't feel respected or well served by that diagnosis being named after Hans Asperger? Now, perhaps she didn't know, because everyone deserves a chance to learn, but I think it's worth noting that Amber's supposed to be well informed enough on these issues to call herself an advocate on autism and related issues.
And then I also am a special needs mother and advocate, and I'm an advocate here in Colorado. Autism is a big focus for me.
But to get past the semantic origin of the Asperger's syndrome name, I'm really going to assume that that's arbitrary to Amber, and that her actual point is that whatever name on an official level we give the diagnosis, that the characteristics described by that diagnosis, that they are legitimate, but should have remained a separate diagnosis from autism disorder when they created the DSM-5.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been. I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed.
But we can't assume that, because in Amber's own words in the interview, it seems she rather explicitly denies the legitimacy of former Asperger syndrome, even when that description is considered as a separate diagnosis from autism.
Like, there's so many kids with Asperger's who are just a little bit socially awkward. I'm socially awkward. I don't know how to, I'm really, right, exactly, everybody. I don't think if you're awkward, or if you think different, or if you can't be in a social room.
Before and after DSM-5's revision, people who received professional diagnoses reflecting former Asperger syndrome, there were probably going to be people who, if they applied for disability services or benefits or anything related to that, get told that they look or act too normal to qualify for those things, because a lot of them have deficits, disadvantages, and physical appearances that don't really fit in with stereotypical depictions of disability as they exist in the Western popular consciousness. And that's especially true when, in the case of former Asperger's aligned characteristics. For a lot of practical everyday purposes, those deficits really aren't necessarily going to significantly impact their lives outside of very specific academic or workplace or social settings. So ideas like what Amber's saying here, they really do promote disregard for the struggles of diagnosed DSM-5 autism spectrum disorder 2 or 1 level patients that want to enter the workforce but need ongoing therapy or extra training, or they may need sensory adaptive aids like high-frequency noise reflectors, special glasses that filter artificial light sources, which can cause meltdowns and shutdowns even in level 1 diagnosed people, who aside from those traits may be able to achieve very high levels of self-reliance if they get that assistance. Now, Amber does have the right to disagree with the APA and their classification choices, because honestly many autistic people debate those changes as well, but she's extending her disapproval of the APA's decision to the point where she's probably inadvertently saying things that encourage public skepticism, rejection of patients' ability to have their needs taken seriously because of what their formal diagnosis happens to be called. And that's really a lot to go through, just because the umbrellaing of Asperger's syndrome into autism spectrum disorder personally sickens her.
And these people who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent. That's why putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
And because she has a bone to pick with these alleged social media hijacking kids that she says are hijacking autism to receive accolades on social media.
All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked older kids do this because they're getting the accolades.
So Amber says former Asperger's syndrome diagnosis should have been kept out of autism spectrum disorder. But again, does she even respect that those traits were legitimate to begin with? The traits that define former Asperger's? And more than that, does she think that the DSM-5's restructure of autism spectrum disorder served to allow kids to facetiously claim autism to socially benefit? I think it's reasonable to suspect that she might.
Kids with autism, why it's such on a rise is because you are going with what is in style.
That's right.
All it is like the socialness of having a disorder.
Now, it's worth noting that Amber is saying these things in the midst of recounting traumatic, heartbreaking experiences that she encountered regarding her own highly vulnerable son's welfare. So perhaps she misspeaks, or certain thoughts aren't expressed clearly or followed through on, but I don't feel like I'm representing her intentions dishonestly based on what she says in the interview.
I I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed, and I'm
I'm
because
sorry.
it's really hard to see that all of these kids are
I-
making a mockery of what my son.
Now, I think it's worth noting that there's an interruption during Amber's speech here, where Amber and Buck exchange some interjections, and during that pause in dialogue, Amber's train of thought may have shifted to a different tangent than what she was originally going to say when she started that sentence moments earlier.
I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed, and I'm gonna
Right,
get
I
choked
agree.
up a little bit
I am too,
because
actually. I am. I'm
because
sorry.
it's really hard to see that all of these kids are
I-
making a mockery of what my son.
But if we're to take that clip as a contiguous train of thought, Amber seems to be establishing equivalency between the DSM-5 replacing Asperger's diagnosis with autism spectrum disorder with level 1 or 2 support needs, and this trend of, well, I guess the slippery slope she puts of these so-called kids discrediting and disrespecting Noah's struggles by falsely claiming to be autistic with no professional support for these claims, just as a way to look cool and sap resources from the truly disabled, and I guess look woke on social media. I mean, she never actually says woke in the interview, so I don't want to put words in her mouth.
It's really scary going into this like slippery slope, to be honest.
But Amber seems to be saying that the DSM-5's diagnostic standards for autism degraded to the point where disrespectful online kids can now falsely claim to be autistic as a fashion statement by self-diagnosing.
Kids with autism, why it's such on a rise is because you are going with what is in style. And these people who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent. That's why putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I
Like,
totally agree with you.
it's just sad that self-ID has got us to this point
So
where
gross.
you could say whatever the hell you want and you get to be treated as you want. No, I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed, and I'm because
sorry.
it's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son.
And the thing that gets me is that self-diagnosis, by definition, has nothing to do with professional evaluation under a universal set of diagnostic standards. Self-diagnosis demands the absence of professionally conducted standardized evaluation. No matter what version of the DSM or any other diagnostic manual the self-diagnoser may or may not be citing as a source for their amateur reckoning. So unlike what Amber seems to be suggesting, the DSM-5 did not canonize self-diagnosis for autism as a new standard by which autistic patients could be professionally recognized and receive treatment, therapy, support, services, benefits for. Like, Amber seems to be speaking as though it does, and that lack of distinction, that lack of specificity, is something that causes members of the public who trust self-described autism advocates.
And then I also am a special needs mother and advocate, and I'm an advocate here in Colorado.
And medical field workers.
So I'm in the medical field. I'm in the medical field. I never worked pediatrics except like a clinical route that I had to do.
Like Amber, to discredit the legitimacy of autistic people that have formal diagnoses.
I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed.
I'm sorry.
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son, and these kids who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. It's not right.
Asperger's didn't become cooler when it was umbrellaed under ASD. If anything, I'd say there were a number of officially diagnosed people who felt comfortable identifying with Asperger's syndrome, who actually received therapy and services related to that diagnosis, but stopped identifying themselves as disabled in any sense related to it for fear that friends, employees, or maybe even significant others would associate that label with severe deficit profiles, with the profiles of people who need lifelong support. And from what I saw and what I've heard, a lot of the people impacted by that were not necessarily respectful to higher support needs autistic people when they expressed those opinions. So for them, at least, it had nothing to do with Asperger's identifying people wanting to be politically correct with a fashionable diagnosis that sounded more severe or sympathetic.
kids with autism, why it's such on a rise, is because you are going with what is in style.
It's not something you want to have, yet these kids all want to have it.
Now, as an aside, there's also been a sort of a counter backlash from some autistic people that accusing those that continue to identify with the Asperger's diagnosis they received prior to DSM-5 of being bigots or elitists who want to style themselves as having a sort of luxury or designer form of autism, of being better than higher support needs autistic people. But that's a really complicated discussion for another time, and I don't expect I'll be the one to cover it. But as far as what I've been addressing, the autism discussion in Buck Angel's interview with Amber, I've really been doing that so far in the context of how those opinions harm professionally diagnosed people with autism spectrum disorder and causes them to be sort of picked out for harassment and skepticism and denial of support, accommodations, and just trustworthiness. But the intention of the discussion, the interview, as they present it, isn't even targeting diagnosed people, because their stated target, their intended actual target, are these alleged kids who Buck and Amber are insisting are facetiously posing to be autistic or neurodivergent, which Buck and Amber just interchangeably described as self-identifying and self-diagnosis. There is overlap between self-identifying and self-diagnosis, but they're not 100% synonymous depending on the context, which kind of comes into play later.
I feel the same way as gatekeeping the autism community, because that's something that's so important that people now are self-identifying as, and it makes it less valuable for therapists, psychologists, all of these things. It's really scary going into this like slippery slope, to be honest.
So maybe there are details that I'm unaware of, but when I hear this, I ask myself, even if that's a valid concern, why would therapists, psychologists, other professionals be related to like their own research or their own patients, or approaching care and treatment from any point of view other than that which concerns professional evaluation and diagnosis? Because that's kind of what they're like dedicated to. So in terms of this statement, the most sense I could divine from this is that Amber might be concerned that larger numbers of patients are approaching their doctors and asking about autism spectrum disorder and if they may qualify for an evaluation or diagnosis. And if that's what they're talking about, then I don't see what the problem is, because Amber, she seems to want professionals to be involved with these sorts of things, and isn't that what those sort of professionals are for to begin with? And it's not like Amber's making an argument or speculation that patients are, say, like doctor shopping for autism diagnoses, because that's something you hear about sometimes. Like when a patient sees a certain medicine they might have seen in a television commercial, and they'll go around asking different doctors until one of them prescribes what they hoped for, what they saw in the commercial. But I mean, even with that in mind, Amber keeps describing the people she's upset about as kids.
Kids with autism, why it's such on a rise. Kids with Asperger's, all these kids on TikTok, and
Never.
these kids could write on the internet. All of these kids who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool.
So I don't know what kids would be able to do in terms of traveling to multiple doctors, like in terms of transportation, paying for those bills and visits. And then I'm going through all this, but Amber never even mentions or speculates on doctor shopping for autism diagnoses as one of her concerns. I mean, if she did, I think the previous statement would have made more sense to me, even if I wouldn't have agreed with it. But I really want to restrict my response to what Amber actually says out loud, I guess, in the interview. So I really want to continue with that talking point of wanting or choosing to have autism.
You are going with what is in style.
That's right.
All it is like the socialness of having a disorder.
It's not something you want to have, yet these kids all want to have it. And then to see these people making sort of mockery and choosing to have autism is so, on so many levels, so wrong and so disrespectful and so just ugly and nasty. And
so, like, is a patient pursuing a professional evaluation to see if they may have neurological variations from the general public that may help them better understand themselves if those things are detected? Is that wanting to have autism to Amber? If so, then like, is going to a health professional asking about any set of symptoms they may suspect or observe proof of them wanting to have some disease or disorder or syndrome? Because, I mean, to me, that just seems like the logical first step to seeking help and understanding to reduce their difficulties, which is what those professionals are supposed to be there for. Now, I can't speak to the intentions of every single online video of someone saying that they're autistic and what their intentions are, if they're genuine or not. I really don't even watch content like that, and I'm not interested, really. I did watch a lot in preparation to maybe prepare this response, and a lot of those videos were actually in compilations created by detractors that are accusing the people in those videos of faking autistic traits for clout. So I think I kind of went out of my way to see what people perceive to be the most likely to be fakers. So if a majority of those videos that are saying that they're from diagnosed people that are acting in bad faith and trying to cash in on a trend that aren't legitimately diagnosed, I really can't prove that. I can't disprove it. And whether or not that's true, it really doesn't affect my criticism of what's said in the interview. Because even before this interview happened, the sort of, I guess, talking point of people wanting to have autism was being used to disparage undiagnosed people that were considering, or seeking information about a possible professional evaluation that might have led to them getting help they needed if they were determined to qualify for certain diagnoses, which may or may not even include autism, even if that's what they were specifically thinking about. So the people that are doing that disparaging probably think they're protecting autism by doing so. And the reason I think that is because there's been recorded pushback from the parents of autistic children asking why an adult would want to be diagnosed with a pervasive disorder, as though to say that those neurological profiles are something that only exist in children or only exist for children, or that they exist in adulthood only if those people were diagnosed during their own early childhood. Because like the stereotype of autism and other similar disorders being a strictly pediatric issue, it's an actual serious problem. And the gatekeeping motives of parents of autistic children, along with the messaging of certain autism charities, may or may not be to blame. But I'm going to really dig into that a little later. Because if a person beyond the age of early childhood who is experiencing any set of adverse symptoms, whether they're physical, sensory, mental, that if they don't take it upon themselves to communicate those concerns with an authority figure, a healthcare professional, and try to get some explanation and possible testing or analysis if those are deemed appropriate, their odds of getting diagnoses or treatments or, I guess, maybe counseling that could help them, if anything like that is even considered appropriate by the professional they seek, those odds of them getting improvement or help just drop to zero and stay there. So if someone may potentially qualify for a diagnosis, is it their responsibility to not seek professional help and remain permanently without assistance that they might be able to benefit from unless they're lucky to get detected and evaluated for a disability during their early childhood? Because if Amber were to have said something to the tune of, hey, there's something potentially dangerous about someone speaking in detail about their personal experience in the context of having a specific disorder when they haven't undergone a psychiatric evaluation. As controversial as that would have been to say, in my opinion, at least that falls within the range of reasonable discussion or debate. That's something you could actually talk about. But that's not what Amber does in the interview. Amber complained about unspecified, allegedly self-diagnosing kids on the internet, making the autism diagnosis less valuable to people like her own autistic son.
That's something that's so important that people now are self-identifying as, and it makes it less valuable all these kids on TikTok that have hijacked.
She does that using bad logic and self-appointed online autism gatekeepers. That they're using that already as justification to harass professionally diagnosed autistic adults on social media, accusing them of self-diagnosis. And then, in the ultimate
Contradiction,
Amber does this.
there's so many kids with Asperger's who are just a little bit socially awkward. I'm socially awkward. I don't know how to, I'm really, right, exactly, everybody.
Amber listed traits that she observed in herself that, in her opinion, coincide with the characteristics that she represents as defining former Asperger's syndrome. And based on that assessment, implied that she would, with high likelihood, qualify for an Asperger's syndrome diagnosis if evaluated by a professional practitioner of those DSM-4 guidelines. Guidelines that under DSM-5 would qualify her for an autism spectrum disorder diagnosis.
Everybody, did you just hear that?
Yes, I did. Amber just diagnosed herself as being autistic. Now, it's reasonable to ask me, how do I have the right to say that Amber is self-diagnosing as autistic when she never identified herself as autistic in that clip? Well, actually, I don't think I have the right to say that Amber identified herself as autistic in that clip. I do know that she's self-diagnosed, no matter if she actually identifies with that or not, or wanted that to be taken seriously or not. Is even if she's merely hypothetically arguing that she would qualify for an Asperger's diagnosis to make a point, unless she does not want us to take that point seriously, then what support is Amber providing for her argument, which seems to be that Asperger's was never worth serious consideration as a diagnosis to begin with? Amber may not have self-identified as autistic in that clip, but what we heard Amber do was make a case that she qualified for her own completely made-up version of what constituted former Asperger's syndrome under the now obsolete DSM-4.
Just a little bit socially awkward.
Which Amber explains is now part of autism spectrum disorder under DSM-5.
The DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Whether Amber agrees with the DSM-5's revised autism spectrum disorder diagnosis or not, why is it okay for Amber to use this alleged mistake in the DSM-5 as grounds to gatekeep former Asperger's diagnosed patients from being described as autistic, when she has proven time and time again that she is okay with using DSM-5 terminology like ASD level 3 to stress the severity of her son's deficit profile?
So my son is a level 3 out of 3.
Really, what you said, high level, I think 3, right? Or level, whatever. Yeah, 3 is the highest you can be diagnosed as.
Yeah.
Which happens to be specific terminology that exists only due to the revised ASD disorder diagnosis from DSM-5, which is actually the umbrellaing that Amber's so sickened by.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me.
I don't think I have the right to assert that Amber, when she's using her own fictional version of the DSM-4 Asperger's definition in that clip to assess herself, is self-diagnosing with DSM-5 autism spectrum disorder. But by the logic under which I don't feel I have the right, neither does Amber have the right to imply that patients using their current diagnosis language under DSM-5 need to be gatekeeped from describing themselves as autistic, especially not when Amber has demonstrated her willingness to embrace DSM-5 terminology only in the moments where it suits her personal agenda. And yes, I'm going to say that again and again. Amber wants to, or is willing to, gatekeep autistic people from calling themselves autistic because she rants about how she will gatekeep people from calling themselves autistic based on what she thinks, which is a fundamentally different thing from gatekeeping based on having a formal diagnosis or not, regardless if anyone agrees if that's a legitimate idea in the first place.
I'm going to gatekeep autism where I
Yeah.
don't think if
Yeah.
you're awkward or if you
Yeah.
think different or if you can't be in a social room that you
Yeah.
have autism.
Amber saying she'll gatekeep autism based on her thoughts and feelings leaves no room for people to be validated by a diagnosis if Amber doesn't approve of her own perception of their own characteristics. And this coincides with this trend of online gatekeepers accusing professionally diagnosed patients of being self-diagnosed and dismissing their diagnoses as invalid when confronted with that fact. Now, I could also say that Amber's gatekeeping diagnosed autistic patients with that thinking because Amber in this interview is complaining about alleged self-diagnosed people on social media without specifying any videos or creators. And it turns out that many, if not most of the more visible and popular self-described autistic people she's complaining about on social media, and therefore are the ones she most likely saw videos from, are actually professionally diagnosed. But I'm going to get to that later. Because for Amber's arguments here, I mean, it was already controversial when she said that former Asperger syndrome shouldn't have been abolished and changed to become part of autism spectrum disorder. But even patients who live with the consequences of those diagnoses, people who may have lost services that they had because of that, or can now get services that they couldn't before but needed because of that, they're still debating that to this day, as well as the actual professionals who serve those people. But it really seems beyond reason to doubt that Amber is also arguing that if Asperger's syndrome wasn't a credible diagnosis to begin with, her main reasoning for that should be that she qualified for that diagnosis based on what she's actually said.
There's so many kids with Asperger's who are just a little bit socially awkward. I'm
Yeah.
socially awkward. I don't know how to,
Yeah. We
I'm
all are.
really, right, exactly, everybody.
I mean, if Amber, of all people, could potentially qualify for a specific diagnosable condition, and Amber's normal, if a normal person like Amber who's normal and not autistic could qualify for a diagnosis that would mark her as not normal, I mean, that just proves how useless and inaccurate Asperger's diagnosis is, right? I mean, I don't think that, but going by Amber's logic here.
Contradictions.
And I remind you, even if Amber does believe that former Asperger's characteristics are valid for a diagnosis of some sort, rhetoric like hers has already caused people who trust messages like these as a first point of contact on autism and disability issues to deny the legitimacy of those same characteristics that now form the basis for level 1 and potentially 2 autism spectrum disorder diagnosis, which Amber uses to highlight the severity of Noah's level 3 diagnosis.
Contradictions.
Amber's giving people who may know nothing about mental health or disability, who are trusting her as a self-described medical worker.
Oh, I'm in the medical field. I'm in the medical field.
And self-described advocate.
And then I also am a special needs mother and advocate. And I'm an advocate here in Colorado.
A made-up, fictitious, factually incorrect description of former Asperger's syndrome as it was officially described in the DSM-4.
Contradictions.
Once again, it seems reasonable for me to believe that Amber's intention in doing this is to undermine the credibility of former Asperger's syndrome diagnosis in the first place by asserting that the definition of Asperger's, as she explains it,
just a little bit socially awkward. I don't
Yeah.
think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism.
is meaningless. And her proof of the meaninglessness of Asperger's diagnosis is claiming that she herself, or potentially Buck, would easily qualify for such a diagnosis. And one final time, to make this as clear and explicit and impossible to overlook as I possibly can, Amber spends this interview emphasizing the severity of her son's personal disability profile by drawing a comparison to the DSM-5 equivalents of a retired DSM-4 diagnosis, whose characteristics she doesn't seem to believe should have ever constituted a valid diagnosis to start with. One way or another, there's something wrong about that.
Contradictions.
But putting that aside, whether Amber likes the terminology details or not, real patients have professional diagnoses under DSM-5 definitions and get prescribed treatment or granted access to adaptive equipment under those definitions and get special education plans under these definitions, and statements like Amber's directly attack them, especially when Amber talks specifically about this gatekeeping being based on what she thinks and not on the diagnosis a patient might have received.
I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism. My son is 12 years old. He still wears diapers. My son does not speak. My son cannot feed himself. My son does not know time. My son does not know weather. That is autism. I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed. And I'm going to get choked up a little bit.
I'm sorry.
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son, like when I die, nobody is going to be there. I'm so sorry.
Diagnosed people, some of whom are very young and are liable to search for autism videos on YouTube to maybe feel less alone, get bombarded with messages like these from videos like these, and they get bombarded with it in person, sometimes from authority figures they have no right to or power to defend themselves from, and they get made to feel certain ways about what those people think real disability, what they've been diagnosed with, is or isn't. And those messages make already vulnerable people, patients, possibly place so much guilt and shame upon themselves for supposedly wrongfully benefiting from a diagnosis that belongs to those who supposedly have greater needs than them, that some of them reject treatment or therapy or medication or training that they need to have the best chance of operating within the normal world as they grow up and as their social landscape becomes increasingly complex. And that can mean the difference between getting employment they'll need to be self-reliant if they're able to attempt such a thing, or even simply being able to strive for happiness with or without self-reliance. And the saddest part is, beyond just disagreement with the APA or the DSM-5, Amber, as a self-described advocate for autistic people, whether it's intentional or not, is attacking diagnosed people by presenting to the public objectively untruthful explanations of the criteria that are the foundation for some of their diagnoses in the first place. A kid being what Amber calls
just a little bit socially awkward, or if you think different, or if you can't be in a social room,
is not a truthful representation of what DSM-4 and professional and charitable sources described to constitute the profile of former Asperger's syndrome.
Kids with Asperger's who are just a little bit socially awkward. I'm socially awkward. I don't know how to, I'm really, right, exactly, everybody. I'm socially awkward. I'm really, right, exactly, everybody.
If everyone were just a little socially awkward, to an extent that it would be extensively outlined in the American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, then it wouldn't be a disorder, and it wouldn't be in the DSM, because it would be normal, and not something that causes courses of therapy and treatment and medication to be developed for. Like, we don't have a medical diagnosis for binasal respiration syndrome, because breathing through two nostrils is a standard human experience, is normal human characteristics. We don't provide therapy and treatment for breathing through two nostrils because that's normal. There's no potential to which breathing through two nostrils poses a problem to a human being. So Asperger's syndrome wasn't a diagnosis that came to exist because everyone is just
a little bit socially awkward,
and we wanted to pathologize and treat that for no reason. No medical board or university convened a meeting one day and said, everyone's just a little socially awkward. So henceforth and forevermore, this standard human experience shall be known as Asperger's syndrome. Because Amber keeps referencing how the DSM-5 ruined everything, and she's disgusted by, as she put it, I guess, taking what once was Asperger's syndrome under the old DSM-4 and just arbitrarily lumping it in with autism spectrum disorder in DSM-5.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
Allowing what she calls trivially socially awkward children to get away with flaunting a much more severe diagnosis for the sake of, I guess, just the socialness of having a disorder.
That's right.
All it is like the socialness of having a disorder.
But if she's seriously this passionate about teaching her audience about these professional diagnostic and statistical manual standards and how they've degraded in a way that's done disservice to disabled children and their families, why isn't Amber citing these actual manuals?
So, what's the name of that book? Sorry, what's the name of that book?
Physician desk reference. It's a PDR.
Because during other parts of the same interview, Amber gets out her physician's desk reference books right there on camera to directly cite them as a source on the adverse effects of certain hormone-blocking drugs she's discussing with Buck.
About and all of the side effects that they've been showing. It says asthenia, which is like body pain, general pain, headache.
In the midst of a discussion about the efficacy and efficacy of different medications, how they're used, when they should be used, if they should be used, Amber turning to a vetted source like the physician's desk reference, a professional grade source that really does set a high standard of conduct, which is what someone would expect from someone in the medical field who feels the need to keep reminding us of this.
Oh, I'm in the medical field. I'm in the medical field.
Though some would criticize her for citing an edition of the PDR that's more than a decade out of date.
So I'm in the medical field, and I have a 2012 from when I was going to school, my PDR.
Amber's forthcoming with the fact that her copy is from 2012.
And mind you, this is a 2012 edition.
And she even volunteers that a newer edition can be expected to have updated essential facts. Because this is just an online talk show, because Amber's being explicit that her books are out of date, and because she isn't using her copy of the PDR to actually treat or diagnose anyone, I really don't find her using a 2012 copy of the physician's desk reference objectionable in this specific setting.
Oh, it says it in here. In this physician's desk reference.
You have gold.
Yeah, it's right here.
And really, no matter how much I disagree with Amber, I really find her citation of a credible document and her honesty and that her personal copy doesn't reflect current medical information on the drug she's discussing highly admirable. That's actually the ideal, in my opinion. But that made me ask, why is Amber willing to specifically quote from professional grade medical documentation when it comes to the contraindications of certain drugs?
About and all of the side effects that they've been showing. It says asthenia, which is like body pain, general pain, headache.
But when it comes to other medical documents she has concerns about, specifically the old DSM-4 and current DSM-5, and how those two documents classify current autism spectrum disorder and former Asperger's syndrome, instead of citing those documents directly and explaining the implications of the changes...
Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
Changes that Amber says are so important that the DSM-5's restructure of autism spectrum disorder to include the Asperger's syndrome diagnosis actually sickens her.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me.
Amber, for whatever reason, decided that her own personal definitions of former Asperger's syndrome were good enough.
Just a little bit socially awkward. I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism.
In an interesting coincidence, the copy of the physician's desk reference that Amber directly reads drug contraindications from is a 2012 edition. The DSM-4, the version of the DSM that Amber says got autism disorder and Asperger's syndrome right before the DSM-5 ruined them, was current up until 2013. The old version of the DSM, the one Amber says she believes in, is newer than the physician's desk reference that she directly reads from, but provides disclaimers that the medical information inside is potentially outdated. So even ignoring the age details, Amber keeps mentioning important differences between the DSM-4 and DSM-5 versions of autism. So why doesn't Amber simply read them for comparison? Now, she could have read from the DSM just like she did for the drug side effects she's listed from her physician's desk reference, so Buck and his viewers can hear for themselves how badly DSM-5 bungled the handling of autism-related diagnoses, apparently so bad that the DSM-5's change led to a surge of misdiagnosed and self-diagnosed wannabe autistic kids that Amber's literally crying about, mocking her own children throughout the interview, in a manner that I do not believe is staged or contrived.
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son, and these kids were like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. It's not right.
Oh my
I'm
God.
sorry.
And Amber gets so emotional to the point where Buck, the host of the show, is seething with anger at what these alleged delinquents are doing and the fact that they keep getting away with it.
Because it also makes me so mad, Amber, that these kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them. And like, where are the fucking adults? Where are they?
Now, in spite of how crucial Amber stresses these diagnostic changes in the DSM-5 have been, Amber does not inform viewers of these changes by reading directly from the DSM-4's definition of former Asperger's syndrome, which she implies are the correct ones in comparison to the later DSM-5, the one that got it wrong and ruined everything.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
Instead of citing that actual professional grade medical document, Amber casually describes her interpretation of what defined former Asperger's syndrome, and goes on to declare that her gatekeeping authority entitles her to strip people who she thinks fall in line with her personal definition of former Asperger's syndrome of the right to identify themselves as autistic, which I stress constitutes Amber placing herself as having superior authority over people's identities than diagnosed disabled people have with their own doctors.
I'm going to gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism.
It seems to me like Amber appears to be perfectly happy to cite a 12-year-old copy of the physician's desk reference for drug contraindications because the book says exactly what she would like people to hear in order to support the point she wants to make to Buck and the audience. So why don't Amber cite the 11-year-old DSM-4, a year newer than her own copy of the PDR that she read from, but provided disclaimers of its age in order to support her points about the defining characteristics of Asperger's syndrome being so insignificant that the consideration of them in relation to autism was a sickening insult to the struggles she faced as the parent of a level 3 support needs autistic child. I think I know one possible reason. It might be because Amber might think that reading the DSM-4 definition of Asperger's syndrome will not only harm the point she's trying to make, but make her personally appear foolish at best. Because this,
A little bit socially awkward.
unlike what Amber would like Buck and his viewers to believe, is not the DSM-4 definition of former Asperger's syndrome. This is, as accessed from the Kennedy Krieger Institute's website, Asperger's syndrome, a qualitative impairment in social interaction as manifested by at least two of the following: marked impairments in the use of multiple nonverbal behaviors such as eye-to-eye gaze, facial expression, body postures, and gestures to regulate social interaction. failure to develop pure relationships appropriate to developmental level, a lack of spontaneous seeking to share enjoyment, interests, or achievements with other people, e.g., by a lack of showing, bringing, or pointing out objects of interest to other people, lack of social or emotional reciprocity, restricted, repetitive, and stereotyped patterns of behavior, interests, and activities as manifested by at least one of the following: encompassing preoccupation with one or more stereotyped and restricted patterns of interest that is abnormal either in intensity or focus, apparently inflexible adherence to specific non-functional routines or rituals, stereotyped and repetitive motor mannerisms, e.g., hand or finger flapping or twisting or complex whole body movements, persistent preoccupation with the parts of objects. The disturbance causes clinically significant impairment in social, occupational, or other important areas of functioning. There is no clinically significant general delay in language, e.g., single words used by age 2, communicative phrases used by age 3. There is no clinically significant delay in cognitive development or in the development of age-appropriate self-help skills, adaptive behavior other than social interaction, and curiosity about the environment in childhood. Criteria that are not met by another specific pervasive developmental disorder or schizophrenia.
Everybody, did you just hear that?
And that's all just scratching the surface of the now out-of-code DSM-4 definition of Asperger's syndrome. This is the version of the DSM that Amber said got this diagnosis right. And its statements include qualitative impairment, clinically significant impairment, disturbance causing clinically significant impairment in important areas of functioning.
Everybody, did you just hear that?
Yet Amber, in what I feel reasonably appears to be a deliberate attempt to mislead members of the public into dismissing former Asperger's syndrome and current equivalent autism diagnoses as unworthy of consideration as a diagnosable disability at all, reduces all of that to
a little bit socially awkward.
Wow. In this interview, Amber repeatedly describes her own son's stimming with a reasonable attempt of establishing that only a patient with as profound of an autism profile as him is someone who will need perpetual care and assistance every moment of their lives, should be considered someone who should be expected to display genuine stimming behavior, and uses that to fundamentally discredit the stimming footage of alleged online autism fakers.
All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked, oh, I stim. That's not stimming. My son, I could show you videos of my son. I would describe it more as a seizure where it's uncontrolled. Now you see on TikTok, all these people are like, oh, I'm stimming. This is a stim. And it's not a stim. This isn't a stim. I can show you, Buck, videos of my son stimming.
But the DSM-4, the version of the DSM that Amber says got Asperger's syndrome diagnosis right, and it being unrelated to autism, that she goes on to claim is unworthy of even being considered autism under the DSM-5 standards by those who attach to that diagnosis. Its actual description of Asperger's syndrome that Amber's presenting as
a little bit socially awkward
includes the following: stereotyped and repetitive motor mannerisms, e.g., hand or finger flapping, or twisting, or complex whole body movements. And this is within people that our current science states are the least adversely affected by the characteristics of autism spectrum disorder, the least severely impacted.
All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked, oh, I stim. That's not stimming. Now you see on TikTok, all these people are like, oh, I'm stimming. This is a stim. And it's not a stim. This isn't a stim.
If the videos Amber personally saw of alleged autistic stimming turned out to be from fakers, shouldn't it be her responsibility as a self-described advocate to autistic people?
And then I also am a special needs mother and advocate. And I'm an advocate here in Colorado. Autism is a big focus for me.
To make at least a brief explanation that the stimming of a potential level 1 ASD patient might be very different from the stimming of a level 3 ASD patient, which is what Amber keeps presenting as the only example worth mentioning, it would make a lot of sense for someone to choose not to provide such an explanation if they didn't want to risk level 1 support needs ASD patients being perceived as worthy of being considered autistic at all.
I'm going to gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism.
Which is something that Amber has already said that she believes by saying that Asperger's should have remained separate from ASD.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
And that even when separate, that Asperger's syndrome was a useless and meaningless diagnosis that everyone who was just a little socially awkward would have qualified for anyway.
Just a little bit socially awkward. I'm socially awkward. I don't know how to, I'm really, right, exactly, everybody.
All while coincidentally failing to explain that the former Asperger's diagnosis specifically describes stereotyped and repetitive motor mannerisms, including flapping, that Amber seemed to imply that only autistic patients like her son should legitimately exhibit.
Or he'll flap. So stimming is like my son flaps.
Why does Amber seem to want people to think that only someone with her son's disability profile would legitimately exhibit these mannerisms? Why does Amber seem to want people to think that Asperger's syndrome is nothing but mild social awkwardness? Why does Amber state that she would want to anoint herself with gatekeeping authority that by her own description can strip patients with the modern equivalent of the diagnosis I just read, who are, as a medical matter of fact, people who are autism spectrum disorder patients, of their right to call themselves autistic if she thinks that their diagnoses aren't important enough after explaining Asperger's in the most trivializing, dishonest manner possible?
Just a little bit socially awkward. I'm socially awkward. I don't know how to, I'm really, right, exactly, everybody. I'm going to gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism.
And the DSM-4 excerpt I read was assuming that a particular patient with a former Asperger diagnosis was only diagnosed with that and didn't have any pervasive fine motor, visual, cognitive, and so on disorders laid on top of that, which is often the case. So let's look at the definitions of the current DSM-5 supported analogous diagnosis to former Asperger's that now exist under autism spectrum disorder. And for the sake of simplicity, I'm going to temporarily assume that all former Asperger's patients would fall under level 1 support needs under DSM-5's redefined ASD. And that's a big assumption to make because support needs vary significantly case by case. Someone with level 1 ASD support needs could have other diagnoses related or unrelated to that still means they'll need extensive help their entire life. But to keep this simple for very base level illustrative purposes, let's read how DSM-5 might describe a theoretical former Asperger's patient now redefined under autism spectrum disorder with level 1 support needs. Quoting from Very Well Health, a person labeled with ASD level 1 is usually able to communicate in full sentences most of the time, but may have trouble engaging in extended, back and forth communication with neurotypical people. They're likely to have social anxiety and may experience burnout from long-term masking or acting neurotypical. Difficulty initiating social interactions, organization and planning problems that can hamper independence. And as an aside, that source mentions anxiety in relation to this diagnosis, but Amber makes no distinction between casual anxiousness and clinical debilitating anxiety related to a diagnosable neurological variation.
And it's cool to be something ADHD, anxiety. Everybody has anxiety. Who doesn't have anxiety? And
That's right.
Which for a professional working in the medical field
so I'm in the medical field. I'm in the medical field.
Is an egregiously dangerous thing to say, especially while also posing as a disability advocate.
And then I also am a special needs mother and advocate. And I'm an advocate here in Colorado.
And in terms of the autism and autism adjacent discussion, it might be the single most concretely hazardous thing Amber says in the interview. And she's already given me so much to respond to that I'm only mentioning that as an aside. Now, reading on Autism Level 1, this time from Yellow Bus ABA. Individuals at this level require some support and social communication and interaction. They may have difficulties initiating and sustaining conversations, and may display inflexible behaviors. However, their challenges may not be severe enough to significantly impact their daily functioning. Individuals with Level 1 ASD, also known as requiring support, typically display mild symptoms that may affect their social interactions and communication abilities. Some common characteristics and symptoms include difficulty initiating social interactions and maintaining reciprocal relationships, challenges with understanding nonverbal cues such as body language and facial expressions, narrow or intense interests in specific topics, rigid adherence to routines or rituals, sensory sensitivities such as being overly sensitive or underreacting to certain stimuli.
Just a little bit socially awkward.
Really? And remember that in the use of may in the Yellow Bus ABA reading is conditional, as in it may not be severe enough, still means it can be severe enough. Because every individual diagnosed, even by a standardized set of criteria, is unique. And these standardized criteria, when possible, account for that, which is part of why there's an autism spectrum disorder, but which includes different sub-criteria, including support needs-based tiered systems of 3 levels.
I'm going to gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism.
Again and again and again, I have to stress, I have to belabor, Amber is actively arguing the illegitimacy of the symptoms that constitute the Level 1 autism spectrum disorder diagnosis that she uses to validate the legitimacy and seriousness of her son's own Level 3 diagnosis.
So my son is a Level 3 out of 3.
Really, what you said, high level, I think 3, right? Or level, whatever. Yeah, 3 is the highest you can be diagnosed as.
Yeah.
And even more so than that, Amber's doing this by claiming that the guidelines that make Level 1 diagnosis qualify to be considered autistic in the first place are useless and flawed, because in Amber's opinion, they would cause her to be considered autistic, when she clearly, according to Amber herself, apparently without undergoing a psychological evaluation, must not be autistic. Apparently someone could just elect to identify with being the antithesis and living form of a certain neurological profile based on preference, dogma, and to stress how normal and non-autistic Amber clearly must be. She lists all the neurodivergent characteristics she believes would qualify her for a probable Asperger's syndrome diagnosis. And though she doesn't say this, therefore a probable current autism spectrum disorder diagnosis, What kind of sense does that make?
I'm
Yeah.
socially awkward. I don't know how to,
Yeah. We
I'm
all are.
really right. Exactly. Everybody.
How socially awkward can Amber possibly be? She has a husband and 3 kids. And if she's able to find a husband, she has to at least be able to make casual friends. She's on a talk show on the internet where she runs her mouth for over an hour. And after all of that, how does she have the nerve to call herself socially awkward?
I'm
Yeah.
socially awkward. I don't know how to,
Yeah. We
I'm
all are.
really right. Exactly. Everybody.
Now, it's important to understand, I don't believe any of that about Amber. To me, that sort of thinking is so absurd that I could barely say it with a straight face. And it makes me feel like gross, like an actual physical sensation of disgust in my chest for even pretending to say that and even pretending to challenge someone's sense of self like that. That's not something I want to do to another person. And I almost removed it from the script. And then I remembered, that's what Amber's doing. A debate over the validity of self-diagnosis or self-identification is one thing, however controversial, but at least that's reasonably debatable. Amber's placed herself beyond the realm of reasonable debate, above the authority of official diagnosis, above doctors, by placing herself as the arbiter of dogma and saying that her gatekeeping of autism is going to be based on what she thinks about other people she hasn't met.
I'm
No,
going
it's not
to
me.
gatekeep autism, where I don't
Yeah.
think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism.
But let's not be too hard on Amber. She is, after all, socially awkward.
I'm
Yeah.
socially awkward. I don't know how to,
We
I'm
all are.
really right. Exactly. Everybody.
Yeah.
Like my
Everybody.
husband would be considered on the autism spectrum.
Wait, now we're dragging her husband into this. Not only is Amber's gatekeeping of people she hasn't met from entering her autistic gated community absolute, but she could also draft people into it who aren't present to defend themselves.
My husband would be considered on the autism spectrum if he was going by today's standards.
Today's standards, she says, with a derogatory, dismissive tone. Today's standards. Today's standards are the DSM-5. The DSM-5 that Amber's happy to use to stress the severity of her son's disability profile.
So my son is a level 3 out of 3.
Really, what you said, high level, I think 3, right? Or level, whatever. Yeah, 3 is the highest you can be
It's the most
diagnosed
severe.
as.
Yeah.
The 3-level ASD diagnosis system, that's literally the standard set by the DSM-5 that sickens her so much.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me.
Language that, to the best of my knowledge, did not exist in the DSM-4 for the former autism disorder definition at all. The DSM-5, which only is seemingly suitable for describing Amber's son, who did not deserve to be part of this mess of a discussion at all, in the most sympathetic terms possible, but can be completely discredited in every other circumstance.
My husband would be considered on the autism spectrum if he was going by today's standards, because he has OCD and he stims sometimes.
Why is Amber fixated on attempting to undiagnose people's autism by listing all their traits that she thinks would qualify them for an actual autism diagnosis? I mean, I know why. That doesn't mean it makes sense. And especially doesn't help Amber in whatever point she's trying to make right now.
Because he has OCD and he stims sometimes.
Now, it's kind of interesting how Amber's logic here coincides with this proven trend where disability gatekeepers on the internet and in person feel entitled to dictate to professionally diagnosed patients that the defining characteristics of their documented disorders, the things that caused them to be diagnosed in the first place, somehow serve as proof that their target's professional diagnosis must without doubt be illegitimate. This autism gatekeeping by non-autistic people directed at diagnosed autistic people has gone so far that diagnosed autistic content creators who have shared VHS home video footage their parents took of them exhibiting flapping and other explicitly autistic behavior back in the 1990s are being harassed with messages accusing their professionally documented autistic behaviors as being a hoax that they put on for internet clout.
They're getting the accolades because you are going with what is in style.
That's right.
All it is like the socialness of having a disorder.
That their stems are just an act. And wait, what about stems?
My husband would be considered on the autism spectrum if he was going by today's standards, because he has OCD and he stims sometimes, sometimes.
Amber's making the point that there's no reasonable way that her husband should be considered autistic by pointing out that he stims?
He stims sometimes.
Before, Amber was explicitly morally outraged by the idea of non-autistic people stimming. It was one of her primary grievances.
All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked, oh, I stim. That's not stimming. Now you see on TikTok, all these people are like, oh, I'm stimming. This is a stim. And it's not a stim. This isn't a stim.
But now Amber also says that her husband stims.
And he stims sometimes.
Amber told us what she wants us to believe real autistic stimming is like by using her own son as an example. Her own son, who she stresses, is truly and legitimately autistic.
It's an echoic stimming, so he'll scream, ah, or he'll flap. So stimming is like my son flaps, but it's like a rigid flap. So it's kind of, I would describe it more as a seizure where it's uncontrolled. Videos of my son stimming where he clenches his whole body and he goes into it. It's like it's like an uncontrollable thing, like an actual seizure.
Amber is attempting to make a point that today's autism diagnosis standards are lax and useless because those standards would diagnose her husband, who can't possibly be autistic. But to prove that, Amber seemingly wants us to believe that her husband, if he truly and legitimately stims, also does so in a manner resembling a body seizure over which he has no control, which happens to be the only legitimate stimming example she gives us, with her having gone out of her way to establish that her son's stimming is what real stimming looks and sounds like, and that her son is the standard by which true autism and true autistic behaviors should be measured.
He's really generally what autism is, what autism can be. That is autism.
Or maybe not. I mean, all we could do is guess. I mean, maybe Amber thinks there are other forms of stimming that are legitimate and exhibited by non-autistic people, but she just forgot to mention them. I mean, in a meandering 1-hour conversation, simply forgetting to mention a specific point, that's a reasonable possibility that should be considered. Or, I mean, maybe she thinks that it's okay for non-autistic people to stim, but only if they don't believe they're autistic? Or is stimming, as a supposedly non-autistic person, only a privilege to be granted by Amber to people she happens to personally know? Because if that's the case, I guess when Amber comes to know people personally and routinely witnesses their day-to-day behaviors and habits, it might be a lot easier for her to accept that they have lives outside of a few isolated moments of video footage of themselves that they shared with the public to make a specific point. Or maybe it could be that people that aren't putting on an act are going to act the same, behave the same, exhibit the same behaviors, whether they get a professional diagnosis or not. And that maybe Amber's husband might be one of those people.
My husband would be considered on the autism spectrum if he was going by today's standards, because he has OCD and he stims sometimes.
Now, it's funny that Amber should mention her husband having OCD here. I mean, I believe her. I don't think she's lying one way or another, but her discourse in terms of autism for this discussion has been a desire to preserve medical terms for people with medical diagnoses. And whether I agree with her on any specific detail of the interview, OCD in this context is actually a perfect example of why that's a legitimate concern. Because obsessive compulsive disorder is so often used in modern discourse to casually refer to someone who's maybe fastidious or an orderly perfectionist, that the sense of OCD is a debilitating disruption of brain functionality. You almost have to manually reinsert that back into the popular consciousness when you're having a discussion about it. So now I'm in this case where I can't necessarily assume that Amber's meaning that her husband went through a professional evaluation and was diagnosed with obsessive compulsive disorder, or if Amber or maybe others that described Amber's husband maybe just see traits they associate with the casual perception of OCD and just describes him as that and just links that with an actual diagnosis for the purpose of this illustrative hypothetical discussion that Amber's making. I mean, either way, Amber's saying that the DSM-5 would diagnose her husband as autistic due to an OCD diagnosis or a suspicion of qualifying for an OCD diagnosis as a result of this umbrellaing of autism, as she calls it, is just actually incorrect. Now, what interests me here is that Amber seems to be taking DSM-5's grouping of several closely related forma disorders into the new autism spectrum disorder, and directly equating that with the concept of the neurodiversity umbrella. And as far as I'm aware, the term neurodiversity does not actually exist within the DSM-5.
And these people who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent. That's why putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed, and I'm going to get choked up a little bit.
I am too, actually. I am. I'm sorry.
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son, these kids who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. It's not right.
Neurodiversity isn't a formally recognized diagnosis in any sense that I was able to learn about in my research. Now, I know there are a number of different disorders and characteristics and profiles that fall under the neurodiversity concept or umbrella, and autism spectrum disorder, ASD, obsessive compulsive disorder, a few others are in that umbrella. But neurodiversity seems to be something that exists outside of the DSM, and to the best of my knowledge, it would not appear on someone's professional diagnosis. And Amber seems to imply loosening standards in the DSM-5 by saying that her husband, who she describes as having OCD, would qualify for an official autism diagnosis based on that alone.
My husband would be considered on the autism spectrum if he was going by today's standards, because he has OCD and he stims sometimes.
But what the DSM-5 does state is that different pervasive disorders require separate diagnoses within the same individual, separate sets of testing by a professional. So even if Amber seems to speak like DSM-5 just gives away disorders arbitrarily, like if you give one diagnosis to someone, they automatically get the rest even though they weren't tested from that, that's really not the case at all. So someone who's being introduced to these disability healthcare sort of issues through the interview is going to be, if they trust Amber because she describes herself as a worker in the medical field.
Oh, I'm in the medical field. I'm in the medical field.
And describes herself as an autism advocate.
And then I also am a special needs mother and advocate. And I'm an advocate here in Colorado.
They really wouldn't have anything in the interview to indicate that Amber is giving materially incorrect information about how this diagnosis system works under DSM-5. And I'm going back to this point again, but it's really the core of why I'm even making this response. Information like that realistically can cause people to take the struggles of actual patients less seriously unless the patients happen to share the exact same deficit profile as Amber's son. And when I say that Amber's like self-describing herself as a medical worker or as an autism advocate, I'm not saying self-described as though to doubt her. I'm pointing out that Amber's decided to go out of her way to explain herself in these terms, and in doing that, she should be aware of the reasonable expectation of experience and trustworthiness that those sorts of descriptions will impart upon her, and that comes with a certain level of responsibility. I'm not demanding or expecting that Amber provide credentials or certificates for the sake of an online conversation, even one with an audience this big. I just like her to be reasonably knowledgeable about the subject matter, and it's not just in the technical sense, which she's already inconsistent on, when she cites professional-grade medical documents for some points, but gives casual, watered-down, dismissive versions of medical details for others, but also in terms of like the social consequences of what she's saying, which in a best-case scenario just seems not to have happened to have been offered to her as an opportunity with the way this particular discussion unfolded in the interview. Because, I mean, really, anyone could have a bad interview. Anyone could be caught unprepared to discuss certain things. Anyone could have a meandering conversation where they don't get to complete certain points they want to make. Because the discussion just sort of drifts in a different direction than she was maybe planning on. Because this isn't a movie or a book where everyone always has a coherent conversation with specific, logically progressing subjects with a beginning, middle, and end. And this is the only conversation, the only dynamic conversation, really only video content whatsoever I've seen from Amber at the time I'm filming this. And if others exist, maybe this one was just a fluke. Maybe she's usually a lot more concise when she's able to, perhaps practice or prepare a script or something like that. But considering the serious emotion and trauma that she's reliving as part of this interview, that's another aspect to consider that may have maybe compromised the quality of some of the points she wanted to make, and she actually meant something a lot more specific and concise that maybe not have been so harmful for me to comment on it. But the reason I'm only going off this interview for now is because a whole lot of people that are, fans of Buck Angel are only going to see Amber in this interview. A lot of them are going to take everything she says at face value without doing additional research or studying. So that's why I'm limiting myself to the interview footage for the sake of this discussion.
You could say whatever the hell you want and you get to be treated as you want. No, my son's diagnosis took 11 hours for me to get. Wow. So insurance could cover some of it.
Even if it was split up over several days, even if most of that time was spent traveling to a certain facility or in waiting rooms before the actual testing and evaluations took place, 11 hours for a patient whose parents are going to know that he'll need every moment of his life looked after, knowing that they're going to be asked in these tests to perform a large number of stressful, probably confusing tasks, asks questions that they don't understand, respond to stimuli that may be overwhelming, and just for the purpose of establishing a proper understanding of that, the patient, the child's capabilities, including lots of them that, like I said, they're not going to understand, not even going to be able to attempt. And for the parent to maybe even need to be away out of the room, out of the building, potentially, for their child during a lot of the testing, and knowing that their kid's potential future in terms of insurance eligibility to make the company shell out even a fraction of their care expenses, that will be lifelong in a best case scenario, no matter what. That's got to be traumatic for the parent, and it's got to be even more traumatic for the patient. And I can't pretend I'm going to ever be able to relate to or understand that. And I want to make clear that I guess Amber's passion and the way she explains that the diagnosis took 11 hours, that it was a struggle that she probably had to secure to even get scheduled and arranged, let alone transport her son to, guide her son through. And I don't know how that might have affected her work life, having to secure time off of work. I can't even begin. So, but with all that considered, I want to take a closer look at the wording specifically that Amber uses here.
Oh, my son's diagnosis took 11 hours for me to get.
Yes, for practical purposes, I think we could all reasonably understand what Amber means. But
oh, my son's diagnosis took 11 hours for me to get.
11 hours for her to get. For Amber to get. Noah's autism diagnosis is not something that belongs to Amber. It belongs to Noah. And again, in normal, sensible, practical purposes, as far as those are concerned, I completely understand that Amber is relating to Noah's diagnosis as something she got. in the sense that the diagnosis is a tool which allows her, as Noah's committed lifelong caregiver, to begin the arduous process of negotiating with health insurance agents to get Noah some of what he's legitimately entitled to. But like I've established, Amber, in the course of maybe misspeaking out of passion on subjects she's rightfully passionate about, she's said a number of things in the interview already that I would not consider normal, sensible, or practical. So when Amber says,
"Oh, my son's diagnosis took 11 hours for me to get,"
yeah, I'm gonna have to take a closer look in the context of other things she says and may or may not believe. Because the idea that Amber's wording here might reflect that she at least somewhat perceives Noah's diagnosis as something that belongs to her. That should be an absurd thing for me to even have to consider. But with Amber already thinking or acting in the interview like Noah's diagnosis endows her with privileges and powers that extend beyond her actually conducting Noah's healthcare affairs. And apparently those powers and privileges don't just give her the right to criticize alleged online autism fakers, even if that was and is a legitimate concern or not, but also to allow diagnosed patients to be excluded from calling themselves autistic if Amber feels that her interpretation of their stated or demonstrated symptoms, or even the official medical terminology of those diagnoses, don't meet Amber's standards. And it feels really weird for me, kind of like gross, to be speculating that Amber feels like her son's diagnosis gives her the right to gatekeep the autism community to the extent I'm suggesting here. And then I have to manually remind myself, I'm not making this up as a hypothetical guess at Amber's thought process. Because whether she thinks diagnosis specifically entitles her to that authority or not, Amber's certainly assumed that authority with things she's explicitly said in this interview.
And so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been. Is that everybody has anxiety who doesn't have anxiety. My husband would be considered on the autism spectrum if he was going by today's standards. Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Just a little bit socially awkward. I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism. You are going with what is in style.
Amber speaks as though autism is literally a private club that she, being the non-autistic parent of a high support needs autistic child, is morally entitled to permit people denial or entry into. And even with the video proof from Amber, it still feels weird to me to attempt to evaluate and discuss the intentions and character of someone I've never even met or spoken to so harshly, based on nothing but an hour-long video. But then again, I have to manually remind myself that Amber's judging people as autism fakers, as disability fraudsters in effect, based on unspecified videos she watched of people she never met, the majority of which, due to repeated references to TikTok, are probably less than a minute long.
It's just sad that self-ID has got us to this point where you could say whatever the hell you want and you get to be treated as you want. No.
It makes me so mad, Amber, that these kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them. And where are the fucking adults? Where are they?
So to get back to the core of Buck and Amber's discourse about autism, even if I were to agree that undiagnosed people faking autism for social media clout was a problem, and even if I also agree that the people who could be proven to be guilty of that should be getting public pushback, I couldn't endorse this interview knowing what I know, because not only is the sort of pushback Buck and Amber are calling for being enacted already against professionally diagnosed autistic people on social media, but I've already proven the many ways in which Amber has promoted dismissive and hostile attitudes toward official diagnoses if those diagnoses don't meet her discriminatory standards. And you may have noticed by now that I'm struggling to address these specific issues in the interview in an organized, linear manner, because the logic is so fragmented and jumbled within the actual discussion and because Amber often offers explicitly contradictory pieces of evidence to make what she seems to believe are singular congruent points.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like, the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
Like, there's so many kids with Asperger's who are just a little bit socially awkward. I'm socially awkward. I don't know how to, I'm really, right, exactly, everybody.
Yeah,
like,
everybody.
My husband would be considered on the autism spectrum if he was going by today's standards. I'm going to gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism.
Okay, so Amber thinks this is an issue of slipping diagnostic standards within the DSM-5, allowing people who are socially awkward in a trivial sense, people that, for example, can't be in a social room, to get overblown diagnoses that are truly appropriate for much more severe deficit profiles. Okay, got it, Amber. Moving on.
It's just sad that self-ID has got us to this point where you could say whatever the hell you want and you get to be treated as you want. No, older kids do this because they're getting the accolades, and that's right. And these kids were like, "Oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool." It's not right. I'm sorry. You are going with what is in style.
That's right.
All it is like the socialness of having a disorder. It is conformity. Everybody thinks that there's something, and it's cool to be something. ADHD, anxiety. Everybody has anxiety. Who doesn't have anxiety? And
that's right.
That's the one thing that kills me now is everybody has to have something in order to fit in, because conformity is basically like the wild child of the 60s, right?
Oh, never mind then. Apparently this is an issue of people self-diagnosing and ignoring professionals who would use a standardized manual like the DSM-5 to be social, to be cool, to go with what's in style, to be wild, to intentionally attract attention to themselves. The same awkward people who supposedly couldn't be in a social room are going to be stylish and fake a disorder defined in part by pervasive social impairment for the sake of socialness. A disorder defined by neurological variations whose defining outward characteristics are unusual behavior that, when displayed in public as documented matters of fact, are known to elicit explicit hostility from outsiders, are known to elicit verbal and physical violence from outsiders. A disorder that's currently provoking so much targeted backlash at professionally diagnosed autistic people online that patients who have been discussing their autistic experiences for years and years are now starting to quit social media entirely to protect themselves. They're doing this to fit in and be social? Really? They're doing this for the accolades.
They're getting the accolades, and that's
right.
Which is being celebrated as exceptional or extraordinary, while also doing it to fit in, to conform.
That's the one thing that kills me now is everybody has to have something in order to fit in, because conformity is the wild child of the 60s, right?
Which is the opposite of being celebrated as exceptional or extraordinary. Sure. And mind you, all of this is supposed to be in the context of an allegation of transgender people appropriating autism. Now, you might have guessed by the lack of clips I'm reacting to on that subject, is something they never actually discuss. I mean, like, barely. They might be a minute in total of discussion of transgender issues and autism specifically, out of an hour-long interview that's called that. Of actual discussion of transgender issues related to autism, there's less than a minute, in spite of the video being called that. I really can't get over that. But putting that aside, it says that's really a nitpick because I've still got so much to cover in terms of what Buck and Amber do talk about.
The DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
Even if we were to concede to Amber that the American Psychiatric Association made mistakes about reclassifying Asperger's and autism disorder, those mistakes maybe could be rectified in future versions of DSM. Those are things that are being debated by patients and by the people they treat. But that doesn't change the fact that the DSM exists in the first place so that people could be individually assessed based on a consistent universal set of criteria that was formed on the basis of professional consensus that's, founded on our most current scientific understanding of how human beings work. But Amber in this interview at least seems to believe that she has the authority to place immense importance on patients getting an official diagnosis, which, some might consider controversial, but it's something that you could debate. But she also ruins that by anointing herself with the gatekeeping authority to decree that she could say that others have to share the same characteristics of her son to be worthy of an autism diagnosis. And in this context, given that diagnosis would come under DSM-5, and the people who get those diagnoses don't get to choose what the language in those manuals, she's basically rejecting the right of people that get diagnosed as autistic to call themselves autistic.
I'm going to gatekeep autism, where I don't think if you're awkward or if you think different or if you can't be in a social room that you have autism. He still wears diapers, does not speak, cannot feed himself. He hits himself. He hits us. That is autism.
And when Amber does that, even if she doesn't mean to, non-autistic people in the general public who see messages like that, they do treat official diagnosed people as illegitimate based on logic like that. And I'm going to repeat this again and again because I know that regardless of Amber's words in the interview, that's been happening for years by people who cite parents like Amber, interviews like this one, as their inspiration to stand up for, quote, real autistic kids against the online fakers. And then they go on to harass innocent people while thinking they're sticking up for disabled people who can't defend their rights. And the thing is, when they think that they're sticking up for real disabled people, in their imagination, the imagination of the non-autistic gatekeeper who doesn't understand these issues, those surely must be people in psychiatric hospitals or at home under round-the-clock care. People who would clearly be unable to do anything of any description that might be vaguely mistaken as normal that they can do, like leave home or use a computer. And yes, Amber specifically establishes ability to make use of a computer as a disqualifying factor for disability, and but we'll get into that later, because right now, in this moment, we've got a mindset that discards really an infinite number of disabled experiences in favor of a single dismissive stereotyping trope that people attach to and act on while thinking they're fighting for the disabled.
Because it also makes me so mad, Amber, that these kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them. And like, where are the fucking adults? Where are they?
Adult is in someone over 18, or adult is in a responsible person? Because in terms of responsible people, neither Buck or Amber are really fulfilling that criteria in this moment. Because Amber, as a self-described autistic advocate, really should be familiar with the discrimination disabled people face of all kinds, not just within, the autism range. And Buck, as an internet personality and social media user with a significant following, really should be aware of how people react to messages like this in a way that creators don't have full control over. So regardless of how Buck and Amber may feel about the legitimacy or lack thereof of self-diagnosis or self-identification, it really should have come into their consideration to ask their viewers to use the information they're providing in a constructive and sane manner, even though they clearly can't possibly guarantee that everyone is going to honor that. Them doing that has the potential to avoid a lot of potential harm from future misguided online vigilante autism gatekeepers. Because the reason I'm holding Amber, and especially really Buck, accountable for having failed to include some sort of explicit disclaimer in their interview, not to go out hunting for autistic fakers, to bring, vigilante justice to people they find online that say they're autistic. It really isn't. It's not because Buck and Amber shouldn't be allowed to talk about these things in public, even if there may be a certain negative response that they don't have control over, and at a certain level really shouldn't be held responsible for. Because if they see that there's a problem with what they perceive as misbehavior by children on the internet that are using disability labels inappropriately, I think they have the right to address that. But by dealing with that subject, if they were informed enough to begin talking about this with, I guess, baseline credibility, they should have at least been passively aware that the space they're potentially dealing with, there's already a problem that's widespread of unhinged vigilante witch hunts against professionally diagnosed autistic people on the internet from people that think they're protecting real autistic people from online fraudsters. Now, to add to that, because people whose first point of contact on autism might be this interview, due to the way that YouTube works and the way they're likely going to be automatically recommended additional videos related to autism, which could be from autistic YouTubers or potentially TikTokers, only minutes after seeing messages like that,
because it also makes me so mad, Amber, that these kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them. And where are the fucking adults? Where are they?
Even if I were to agree that hordes of disrespectful kids faking autism on the internet was a problem, what can't possibly help professionally diagnosed autistic people are reckless messages like these.
He still wears diapers, does not speak, cannot feed himself. He hits himself. He hits us. That is autism. If my son doesn't understand the use of a computer.
Now, to be absolutely clear, in the separate clips I highlighted from Amber and from different parts of the discussion, she did not mention her son's inability to use the computer in the same breath as the previously listed characteristics of Noah's personal disability profile. A profile that I want to mention that she does say is the definition of autism. But those two clips, in the scope of the full autism discourse here, they reflect what seems to be a belief by Amber that's likely to be taken seriously and without question by people who aren't familiar with these issues, that not only are Noah's characteristics the objective standard for legitimate autism cases, but also that anyone who's capable of doing anything that Noah is not able to do himself are therefore provably not autistic.
And these kids could write on the internet, TikTok, and do all this stuff. My son doesn't understand the use of a computer. My son doesn't understand this.
These alleged fake autistic kids can write on the internet? Does Amber realize that her saying that in such a careless manner adds fuel towards animosity that gets aimed towards diagnosed autistic people who can not only write using a computer, but for whom that's their only means of communication that puts them at equal footing with the outside world? People who are already being told they can't possibly be autistic because they can comprehend and use written language.
And these kids could write on the internet, TikTok, and do all this stuff. My son doesn't understand the use of a computer. My son doesn't understand this.
So these alleged fakers can use TikTok, and they can not only do that, but according to Amber, can also do all this stuff. What stuff does she mean? She doesn't say it here, but in terms of listing what all this stuff is that Amber seems to be implying prove that they can't possibly be autistic, she provides that elsewhere.
He still wears diapers, does not speak, cannot feed himself. He hits himself. He hits us. That is autism.
These inabilities, these deficits are not the definition of autism. But Amber's telling people that. She seems to want people to think that. But no. These things are part of the personal characteristic profile of Noah. His personal profile as a level 3 support needs ASD patient. And Noah, with those deficits is considered level 3 because level 1 exists. Not only in moments of convenience for Amber to stress the severity of Noah's level 3, but always. They are level 1 autistic people, the least severely adversely impacted, who go through dozens of failed attempts every morning to tie their own shoes as adults. They are level 1 autistic people who struggle to handwrite their own name as adults because of the physiological differences in how their brains work. Things that simply practicing shoe tying or handwriting can never fix. They're level 1 people who can't wait to work when they graduate, who have dreams and ambitions and can't get a basic, burger flipping job, a basic, sweeping the floors at a store job, because they need to wear special glasses to avoid sensory meltdowns and overloads. And prospective bosses think they're making up excuses to wear special glasses. And even if Amber does not hold people that might qualify for level 1 autism spectrum disorder diagnoses in contempt, she says things that cause others to hold those people in contempt. And people already act on that contempt. And this interview is just one more log on the fire to fuel the appearance of legitimacy by online vigilantes. Not just misguided ones, but ones that are knowingly acting in bad faith to enact witch hunts to bring justice to alleged autism fakers. While they could pretend to be sticking up for kids like Noah, who can't speak for themselves at all on the matter. Which is why it's such a shame that I have to keep mentioning him so much, but that's just the nature of this conversation I'm responding to. Because even if Amber happened to see dozens of online videos from specific people who truly were faking and staging autistic traits for clout, people who really did need to be subject to criticism, Amber is still, at best, being careless, being reckless, for gaining the trust of people who take her to be a credible disability advocate and medical professional, only to say things that directly indicate that the use of a computer or that the ability to do anything that Noah himself is unable to do are reasonably able to be considered disqualifying factors for a legitimate disability diagnosis. If, and that is specifically if, Amber means for people to believe that, it's tantamount to Amber using her son's disability profile as an undirected weapon, something meant to help Noah get what he is entitled to, being turned into a weapon to discredit all online content from people Amber's never met, who happen to have the courage and desire to disclose their neurological status and share their own autistic experiences with the outside world. And in that sense, I think it's really pertinent to note that in certain languages, autism is literally translated as exclusion disease. So for people to go out of their way to present themselves to the world to make, but to potentially other autistic people feel less excluded and have to deal with these kinds of things as a likely consequence is really messed up. The tone here, the misinformation of careless messages like Amber's, it causes the mere presence of diagnosed autistic people in non-disabled exclusive spaces to be used as evidence exposing those people as disability fraudsters that are using, facetious self-diagnoses or worthless, flawed diagnoses based on lowered standards to falsely claim the struggles of people that are actually suffering. Because thanks to messages like the ones in this interview, people think that a legitimately disabled person, by virtue of comparison with an autistic person like Amber's son Noah, therefore must be non-speaking, must be incontinent, must be unable to feed or dress themselves, and must be unable to use a computer.
He still wears diapers, does not speak, cannot feed himself. He hits himself. He hits us. That is autism. And these
Never.
kids could write on the internet, TikTok, and do all this stuff. My son doesn't
That's right.
understand the use of a computer. My son doesn't understand this.
Because it also makes me so mad, Amber, that these kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them. And like, where are the fucking adults? Where are they?
Once again, whether Amber realizes it or not, she's actively encouraging and promoting discrimination towards diagnosed people who are already overwhelmingly subject to cruelty and exclusion.
My son doesn't
That's right.
understand the use of a computer.
Does Amber believe that because her autistic son isn't able to use a computer, that no autistic person should be able to use a computer? Should be allowed to use a computer? Where does this logic end? Because whether Amber believes that or not, as someone who calls herself a disability advocate, specifically for autistic people, it's part of her responsibility to understand that many autistic people, 1, 2, and other disabled people who fall within the neurodiversity range and outside that range rely on use of computers and computerized equipment to even attempt to function in the normal world. And also that some level 3 support needs, autistic people, rely on that equipment just to operate as best they can within an enclosed world of perpetual care and assistance for the most minor things. As an advocate for autistic people, as she calls herself, Amber's responsibility is to understand that going out in public and saying these things is hurting people who rely on the help of disability aids that might include computerized equipment, or people who might be able to make use of computers or video games. You know, it causes people like that to be called liars and cheaters. You know, it's Amber's responsibility to understand and explain those things in a high visibility platform like Buck's show, because members of the public, a lot of them are going to be experiencing this as the first point of contact for autism information and disability information. And that means they're the first opinions they're going to be exposed to are from self-proclaimed advocates and gatekeepers like Amber. And that's a problem, because people like that encounter other people out in the real normal world who seem typical at first, but turn out to be diagnosed disabled people out in the normal world. And they may have went through years of training and therapy to strive to be part of that normal world. These are people who give their all to do things that come effortlessly to non-disabled people, to try to integrate into society, maybe be self-reliant, maybe enjoy their own lives.
It's really scary going into this like slippery slope, to be honest. All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked, and that's what this social contagion has become. My son is 12 years old. He still wears diapers, does not speak, cannot feed himself. He hits himself. He hits us. That is autism. And
Never.
these kids could write on the internet, TikTok, and do all this stuff. My son doesn't
That's right.
understand the use of a computer. My son doesn't understand this. It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son, and these kids who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. It's not right.
Oh
I'm
my
sorry. You could say whatever the hell you want and you get to be treated as you want. No.
Because it also makes me so mad, Amber, that these kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them. And like, where are the fucking adults? Where are they?
And those people get misunderstood by others who see them and think things like, oh, I know what this is from Buck's podcast. That person says they're autistic, but they can use a computer. They can speak or read or feed themselves, and that proves they're not really disabled. That proves this is one of those autism fakers that's gaming the system for clout, for the socialness of having a disorder. And I'm going to defend Amber's son Noah by confronting this person and calling them out for all the harm they're doing to our society, for the social contagion they're spreading. And encounters like that are known, recorded to have left disabled people that had the potential to integrate into society and fulfill their dreams of independence with actual lasting trauma that undoes lifetimes of occupational therapy or training or speech therapy or facial recognition exercises, to get them to a place where they could even attempt to be part of normal society in the first place. And like I said, it's not, and I'm not just saying, oh, this could happen. It's something that officially diagnosed people have been facing for years. And not just online, but offline. And it dials back years of progress that disability rights movements and campaigns have made to make the world less hostile for disabled people, not just to be visible in public, to be allowed to be mentioned or discussed at all, like Amber is doing with her son. And mind you, regardless of what some might consider illegitimate or facetious self-diagnosis or self-identification, that doesn't even consider the people who need to be diagnosed and slip through the cracks because they might have been at the wrong place in the wrong time, or might have been a certain gender or racial ethnicity that's historically, even today, widely sort of ignored in terms of autistic and disability testing. People who, if they might have been an upper middle class white kid, would have been thought of as needing help. If they perhaps look like me, might have been dismissed as just, oh, he's just lazy, or oh, he's just one of those people. They're just stupid. And and the ugly thing is, people do take things like this and try to make it about, oh, high support needs autistic people. They make people like me look bad, or, oh, I'm ashamed to call myself autistic because those people who they refer to, using slurs even, make me look bad, make me look stupid or unintelligent. And that's not how it should be, because people like Noah, they need to be acknowledged. They need to be understood and accepted. It's not but I mean the acceptance and the understanding and the education of the general public of people like Noah and their needs and what they deserve and are entitled to shouldn't come at the cost of everyone else that may have less severe or extensive needs or different needs being invalidated. Because I really, whether that was, I really want to, okay, I don't want to think the worst in everyone. I really don't. But so I'm going to say, like, whether that was Amber's intention or not, that's what the attitudes and statements in her interview caused to happen. Care and treatment that allows people to thrive and survive, it should not be a matter of competition. We don't take away one person's cane because someone else might need a wheelchair. We don't take away one person's inhaler because someone else needs a respirator. And I give those specific examples with extreme caution. And only because I could speak from experience as having personally needed canes and inhalers and faced backlash and skepticism because I don't look like the stereotype of someone who should need those things.
In order for you to get some kind of help and some kind of hope, there needs to be something on the books, but it shouldn't be everybody who thinks that they have this or think that they have something be able to distinguish it. Right, exactly.
After everything I've really discussed, it just baffles me that Amber would make something like this as a point that she wants to express in the interview, because the idea that only people with documented professional diagnoses should have their needs provided for, regardless of if that's legitimate or if anyone agrees or disagrees with that, Amber's already gone so far to invalidate official diagnoses that don't have a very specific type by saying that she can gatekeep anyone from entering the autism community based on what she thinks. If she personally doesn't feel that her trivialized version of a patient's administered ASD profile is severe enough for her liking.
I'm
No, it's
going
not
to
me.
gatekeep autism, where I don't
Yeah, yeah,
think if
yeah,
you're awkward or if you
yeah,
think different or if you can't be in a social room that you
yeah.
have autism.
But once again, this language from Amber places her opinion as having weight superior to that of official diagnoses. And in an interview like this, it really sort of serves as a license for members of the public to place themselves in a place of authority, to strip away the professional diagnoses and identities from people that merely think they don't deserve it. And really, Buck, like as the host of the show, and being the person of final accountability in terms of what messages are publicized through it, he really does fail to challenge Amber in any of the contradictions
Contradictions.
that Amber makes. Like when Amber explains that the DSM-5's classification changes and what they mean in relation to Noah's diagnosis, Buck appears to be genuinely fascinated as though encountering this information for the first time.
Now
Okay.
there's like a cognitive and a social acuity test, basically.
Oh,
So my son is a level 3 out of 3.
And that itself is harmless. Like, I mean, look at him. He's listening closely. He even looks like he's taking notes, like handwritten notes. And there's nothing really wrong with the host learning things on the go in a setting like this. But when you move on, Buck signals agreement with Amber about the so-called umbrellaing of neurodivergent traits under DSM-5 having been a mistake, as though he's familiar with this matter.
Putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like the DSM-5 changed, and so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
nope. I
Like,
totally agree with you.
But moments later, Buck doesn't know what stimming is, which is one of the more widely and outwardly known characteristic behaviors among neurodivergent people.
like there's so many kids with Asperger's who are just a little bit socially awkward. I'm
Yeah,
socially awkward. I don't know how to,
yeah. We
I'm
all are.
really right. Exactly. Everybody.
Yeah,
Like my
everybody.
husband would be considered on the autism spectrum if he was going by today's standards,
Yeah,
because he has OCD and he stims
yeah.
sometimes.
What's
But
STEM?
so stimming is
And again, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with learning on the go in a talk show environment, because, I mean, everyone learns everything they know at some point somehow. And arguably, that's the point of bringing guests on board a show for an interview in the first place. But I also want to ask, I think it's legitimate to ask, if Buck wasn't aware of these things, what was his outspoken approval of Amber's other opinions based on? And I'm not saying that to say that Buck had to have known those things already to have this discussion. I'm asking that because previously Buck has actually interviewed another parent of an autistic child on his show. Now, in that interview, they didn't get into this sort of detail in regards to diagnostic standards and technical details of autism. But if Amber is Buck's first point of contact on these details, Buck may actually be the perfect example of the sort of harm Amber's misinformation can cause to someone who has no stake, as far as I can even speculate, in spreading misinformation or treating disabled people unfairly in any way. Now, I already broke down in the midst of all these clips where Buck is agreeing with Amber as she presents this explanation to him, that Amber is presenting the DSM-5 as though it turned autism spectrum disorder into the standards-free, specifics-free umbrella diagnosis where anyone with any disorder that's part of the neurodiversity concept gets some sort of season pass diagnosis to claim whatever they want without qualifications. So if Buck actually trusted Amber that this notion was accurate, and keep in mind, he also is in the midst of conducting an emotionally charged interview, emotionally charged for him and his guest, while at the same time operating video conferencing software, recording software, a computer, and multiple pieces of like other AV hardware like the microphone, the camera. While juggling all those different tasks that go into creating a show, I really wouldn't blame Buck for failing to consider in real time some of the contradictory claims that Amber's making, that alleged autism faking kids are using the DSM-5 slipping professional diagnosis standards to claim inappropriate self-diagnoses, even though the self-diagnosis inherently disregards professional involvement in the first place.
And these people who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent. That's why putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. I don't believe that autism should ever been umbrellaed. And
I'm sorry.
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son
Or question whether or not Amber is giving him an accurate explanation of the guidelines for former Asperger syndrome, which Buck goes on to agree constituted nothing but moments of periodic benign social goofiness.
awkward, or if you think different, or if you can't be in a social room. Kids with Asperger's who are just a little bit socially awkward. I'm socially awkward. I don't know how to, I'm really, right, exactly, everybody.
So yeah, I'd say that Buck is accountable in terms of not doing additional research and maybe appending or editing in some additional context to fill these details in the final interview as he published it. But in this moment, in terms of the conversation as it took place in real time, I don't even blame him for missing these details. And I have no way of knowing, in terms of a 1 hour conversation, how much material on a 1 hour podcast, in terms of the final product, how much material may have been cut. There may have been things that I've expressed concern about that they may have addressed, but Buck, as the editor, without Amber's input, may have not realized were important things for him to include to properly communicate what Amber actually intended. And that's why, as much as some people perhaps in the actually autistic community might be frustrated with my approach to this criticism of the interview, that's why I want to give Amber and Buck so much credit or plausible deniability in terms of actually having meant to do any harm. That's me being responsible to the extent that I'm capable of. If I've gone too far, someone can criticize my criticism. They're free to do that. But, Amber, I just got to move on.
What I think kids with autism, why it's such on a rise, is because you are going with what is in style.
Now, Amber's right in that the number of professionally conducted autism diagnoses are on the rise, but an alleged tidal wave of disrespectful kids faking autism on social media can't make that happen. Autism diagnoses are on the rise, but it's because more testing and education and resources are available to help teachers and parents recognize children who might benefit from evaluation or disorders and recommend them for testing. And it's also because adults who are missed as children are learning for the first time that pervasive difficulties they thought were just part of the typical human experience were actually aligned with diagnosable, physically measurable neurological variations that they may be able to get help coping with if they got tested and if they learned more about themselves. No credible organization is going to release autism stats on the basis of social media trends alone. If someone wants to provide me with evidence that reports on the volume of autism cases are being released by universities or hospitals or credible organizations, where numbers reflecting self-diagnosed autism claims are being combined with professionally verified cases, without that detail being explicitly highlighted as published to whatever is publicly or professionally accessible, I'm going to accept my mistake on that. But right now, I don't understand that to be the case.
It's very dangerous.
We've been on a waiting list for one of his ABA therapies because all these other kids who just ID as it, they haven't even had an actual diagnosis, are getting it first.
Okay, there you go. Everybody, did you just hear that? This is why self-ID is a fucking dangerous. Wake up.
This is the moment where I'm actually just going to put my foot down and actually say, like, concretely, that is flat out incorrect. And I'm going to say that with the closest thing to absolute certainty I'm willing to dedicate to, out of respect to Amber's experiences and the struggles her son is facing in getting the resources he's entitled to. I mean, if I'm provided evidence to the contrary, I'm going to change my position. But based on the interview itself, which is what I'm limiting myself to for the purpose of this video, I don't believe that this is the case. Now, I believe without a doubt that Noah and countless others like them are stuck on waiting lists for access to specialist therapy that they need as soon as possible. I believe that the wait that Amber's been describing is absolutely excruciating for her, and the reality that a component of a suite of therapy intended to give her son the best possible chance of living the highest quality, happiest life that he can is being delayed. And that would be infuriating as a parent. And it's not fair that a lack of trained and certified specialists to carry out the care and therapy for people with support needs is causing essential treatment to be delayed for Noah and others like him. And I perhaps could, without any evidence, provide conjectural situations to explain the situation, such as that school administrators acting in an inappropriate manner could be shoving difficult to deal with non-autistic students into ABA sessions as a means to try to train them to be easier to handle by teachers, which would, restrict accesses to diagnosed autistic kids like Noah. But Amber's specific claim that a tidal wave of irreverent online kids faking autism for social media clout are rushing in and hoarding ABA therapy appointments that would otherwise be going to Noah, that's something that I reject outright based on my current understanding and information. And the reason I reject that claim is because, to the best of my honest understanding, it is fundamentally severed, that claim is, from the reality of the online videos from alleged autistic impersonators that Amber says caused this situation in the first place.
I'm
No,
going
it's not
to
me.
gatekeep autism. I feel the same way as gatekeeping the autism community.
I say this because the so-called gatekeeping of the autism community that Amber has been advocating for in this interview has already been in place and has been for years. And that gatekeeping of the autistic community from parents of autistic children like Amber is often so extreme that they are two completely separate online universes, both of which describe themselves as the autism community, one of which has a reputation among autistic people of being frequently hostile and intolerant to the very people they claim to want to help. It's such an issue that the archetype of the, quote, autism mom has currency among actually autistic people, especially among autistic adults, as shorthand for the parents of autistic children that often hold autistic people other than their own children in contempt and harass them off the internet. Whether that archetype is overblown or not, and there are some people in the actually autistic community who are actually actively calling for that archetype to maybe be dialed back. But the fact that it exists in the first place means something for the purpose of this discussion, because that so-called autism community caters almost exclusively to the non-autistic parents of autistic children, especially higher support needs autistic children, and deals with autism almost entirely in a pediatric context. So guided probably in part by the narrative and tone set by mainstream autism charities like Autism Speaks, this online autism community has been observed, recorded, to frequently treat autistic people as people to be spoken about, not people who can or should even be allowed to speak for themselves or be listened to, regardless of whatever level of capability any individual autistic person has to communicate, whatever form that communication may take. Like, for a notable number of these online parents of autistic kids, their entangled associations of autism with children has sometimes caused them to lash out when faced with the presence of an autistic adult in their community, who they sometimes either deny the legitimacy of as truly autistic or dismiss as being of sub-adult status and therefore unworthy of being taken seriously as a peer within their, meaning the parents' autism community. Now, some of the autistic people who have dealt with this treatment have described feeling like their presence in these groups upsets parents by reminding them that their own autistic children will grow up to become autistic adults, and that there's no magical threshold of accumulated therapy sessions or some new wonder medication that will come along that will cause their own children to stop being autistic by the time they reach adulthood. And this version of the autistic community, accounts from autistic people detailing their own experiences, may be met with backlash from the non-autistic, especially if those accounts involve any level of positivity directed towards any of their own autistic attributes. Puzzle piece iconography to symbolize autism, or the fight against autism as some might frame it, is popular in this version of the autistic community, which is imagery that a number of autistic people consider to be misguided or disrespectful, though some actually autistic people do embrace that imagery. Now, the other online autism community tends to be populated by actually autistic people, rather than non-autistic caregivers or supporters of charities dedicated to the cause of autism research. Now, the majority of those people are professionally diagnosed or are seeking information in consideration of a possible professional evaluation, if such a thing is even within reach for them, whether or not they'd qualify if they got that far. Negative and positive experiences from autistic people seem to generally be welcome here, and a lot of the positivity seems to be expressed in direct response to the negativity-based messaging present in material published by groups like Autism Speaks. The neurodiversity concept is widely embraced here, with the puzzle piece iconography being rejected in favor of the infinity symbol, used in conjunction with colors such as gold, linking the gold element's scientific AU designation with AU for autism, the color red to oppose the blue promoted by Autism Speaks' Lighted Up Blue campaigns, or a rainbow said to symbolize the autism spectrum or the broad range of neurodiverse experiences and profiles.
All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked, and these people who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent. That's why putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. And
Never.
these kids could write on the internet, TikTok, and do all this stuff. That's what this social contagion has become. And these kids were like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. It's not right.
That's right.
All it is like the socialness of having a disorder. And it's like, it's not cool.
The people Amber saw in whatever online posts or videos she was upset by, whether or not those specific people are sincere about their neurological status or not, are people I can guarantee are from the latter of these two often opposing online autism communities.
It's very dangerous.
We've been on a waiting list for one of his ABA therapies because all these other kids who just ID as it, they haven't even had an actual diagnosis, are getting it first.
Okay, there you go. Everybody, did you just hear that? This is why self-ID is a fucking dangerous. Wake up.
The reason I'm confident in guaranteeing that alleged self-identifying kids operating within the latter version of the online autism community that Amber hates so much,
you are going with what is in style,
are not gobbling up all of the available therapists and appointments that Amber's son is on a waiting list for, is because of the specific type of therapy Amber mentions that Noah is waiting for.
We've been on a waiting list for one of his ABA therapies.
ABA is applied behavioral analysis, a type of therapy that, while widespread in its use with autistic people, is also extremely controversial among autistic people, and commonly described by critics as a form of abuse. There exist first-hand accounts from autistic people of ABA therapy as a precision-engineered system of cruelty, neglect, and trauma that, rather than helping autistic people deal with sensory issues and communication challenges, seeks to condition them into impersonating non-autistic behavior for the benefit of their parents hopefully having a more normal-seeming and easier-to-raise child. Now, there are also accounts from autistic people who say they benefited from ABA, and there are varying forms and methods used within ABA that seem to reflect very different experiences and results for patients, even considering that every person's disability profile is one of a kind in any case. Now, I never went through any form of ABA, and I'm not up to snuff on accurate data and authentic accounts from a variety of personal and disinterested sources, so I really can't provide informed opinions on ABA's morality or effectiveness. But what I can say is that ABA is without a doubt overwhelmingly viewed with contempt and spoken of with absolute disgust within the online community of actually autistic people that Amber is complaining about, where positive messages regarding ABA in that circle are rare at best and met with controversy when they do appear. Therefore, I find it extremely doubtful that these same alleged self-diagnosed kids on TikTok that are, to use Amber's phrasing, hijacking autism for the socialness of having a disorder, are also so eager to legitimize their delusion of being autistic that they're going out of their way to compete with diagnosed autism patients for a specific type of therapy that in the online circles Amber is denouncing these children for being a part of often describe as abuse and torture and a hate crime against autistic people that's been disguised as healthcare. Frankly, it's like saying that vegans are causing a burger and hot dog shortage by buying up all the meat for themselves to have barbecues.
The contradictions are like way longer than anything else.
Speaking of contradictions, how about this one?
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son.
And to struggle with what you have to struggle with, and then to see these people making sort of mockery is so on so many levels so wrong and so disrespectful and so just ugly and nasty. And
This isn't a stim.
Wow.
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son. This isn't a stim.
Amber's right. It's not a stim. It's a mockery.
It's really hard to see that all of these kids are making a mockery of what my son.
to see these people making sort of mockery
It's disrespectful.
on so many levels so wrong and so disrespectful.
And even if Amber is impersonating someone she's accusing of faking a tic or a stim, someone she's never met, someone she's never performed a clinical evaluation of, if she were qualified to. Even if it turned out that Amber's act here is imitating a specific video that turned out to be from a person falsely claiming to be disabled, someone that should be subject to reasonable criticism, that doesn't change the fact that in this interview, Amber is crying about alleged disrespect towards her own disabled son, while she herself is making a spectacle of herself, mocking involuntary gestures and vocalizations that are known to exist within diagnosed people of several disability descriptions. This sort of stuff causes actual disabled people to be interpreted as fakers. What do you think is more likely? That someone is going to see an irreverent, attention-seeking child faking their interpretation of disabled mannerisms and go on to believe medically inaccurate information about disabled people that could cause harm? Or that someone is going to see a self-described disability advocate?
And then I also am a special needs mother and advocate. And I'm an advocate here in Colorado.
Who is a self-described professional in the medical field.
Oh, I'm in the medical field. I'm in the medical field.
Act in a way that they say that disability fakers act.
All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked, oh, I stim. That's not stimming. Now you see on TikTok, all these people are like, oh, I'm stimming. This is a stim. And it's not a stim. This isn't a stim.
and go on to believe medically inaccurate information about disabled people that could cause harm.
The contradictions are like way longer than anything else.
People who naturally exhibit these sorts of gestures and vocalizations are already targeted for harassment and ridicule. And Amber's justifying that to morons looking for excuses for their cruelty, making a mockery of their characteristics. If this were a mere attempt at edgy comedy and actually intended to offend people, intended by Amber to make herself appear unlikable and irreverent as part of an act to perhaps make people laugh at her specifically, I honestly would not have cared. And not only would I not have cared, I wouldn't have been offended. And some people would likely be happy to come down on me for my failure to be offended by it. But I seriously would not have cared. But this isn't coming from some rude comedian trying to make people laugh. This is coming from someone who wants to be taken seriously as an expert, as an advocate for people who may, in one way or another, be incapable or ineffective in representing themselves and their struggle in a way that the outside world considers worthy of consideration. This, in my opinion, is not something a disability advocate should want to be seen doing or associated with. This is on the level of a minstrel show act that plays into some of the most disrespectful stereotypes of disability that exist in the popular consciousness. Amber being in the medical field in some unspecified capacity, her being the parent of a high support needs autistic child, do not give her the right to promote anger and ridicule towards diagnosed people who are sharing their own experiences of being neurodivergent. Yet she assumes the right to minimize and dismiss certain autistic people's diagnoses as insignificant and unworthy of attention, accepting the moments in which these former diagnoses, consisting of the level 1 and 2 autism spectrum disorder categories, are useful to Amber for highlighting the severity of Noah's support needs. Based on the interview, it seems to me, and I say based on the interview as in based on what made it to what we saw in that 1 hour interview. They could have been so much she talked about that would have painted a fairer picture that Buck did not understand were essential that he cut. But it seems like in what we see in the 1 hour interview, that Amber thinks that no one should be allowed to be evaluated for candidacy for diagnosis of any kind or considered for therapy, care, or services or benefits of any kind unless they share the exact same or nearly the same disability profile as Amber's own son. And if those people happen to be recognized for evaluation during their early childhood. Everyone else, tough luck, apparently. Because whether Amber believes that or not, many people, for years, on the internet and in the real world, have conducted themselves from the point of view and have harassed and threatened many disabled people of many different diagnoses due to them looking too normal or acting too normal. And those same people looking unusual or acting unusual, the opposite of that, will be used by the same people as an excuse to reject their intelligence or deservingness to even be present in public or even attempt to integrate or be self-reliant or just happy.
They're not doctors, they're not therapists, but because
Nope.
you took a 2-minute quiz on Google that you get to say this. In order for you to get some kind of help and some kind of hope, there needs to be something on the books.
Amber wants to protect people with officially diagnosed disabilities. But how could she with an interview like this, that I've already proven has spread misunderstanding of common autistic behaviors and characteristics?
The contradictions are like way longer than anything else.
because it also makes me so mad, Amber, that these kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them. And like, where are the fucking adults? Where are they?
Well, it seems like at least two of the adults are right here and validating the diagnostic criteria of officially diagnosed people.
These kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them.
People are getting pushed back. And a lot of that pushback is manifesting in the form of non-autistic gatekeepers who have time and time again been witnessed harassing and bullying diagnosed autistic adults for daring to allow themselves to be seen in moments of happiness. From witch hunters who insist that their target's mere ability to use the internet in any capacity proves the illegitimacy of their documented disabilities, therefore makes them legitimate targets for harassment. And who wants to guess where that sort of thinking originates from?
And
Never.
these kids could write on the internet, TikTok, and do all this stuff. My son doesn't
That's right.
understand the use of a computer. My son doesn't understand this. He's really generally what autism is.
As I said before, this bullying from vigilante autism gatekeepers is so severe that lately diagnosed disabled people are withdrawing from social media entirely or giving up on trying to defend themselves after posting videos of themselves in moments of happiness on the internet and getting rewarded with a flood of responses accusing them of faking autism. Meanwhile, the non-autistic parents of autistic children post videos of their kids having sensory meltdowns and shutdowns and other painful, upsetting, adverse events relating to their disability profiles. Now, parents who post these are often overtly seeking sympathy from the outside world, understanding of how difficult their lives are as parents. And while these videos do get pushback, the very status of the children being depicted as being disabled seems to me to be seldom, if ever, drawn into serious question. Yet when neurodivergent adults who have official diagnoses, who post videos of themselves in moments of happiness characterized by their autism, they get bombarded with messages from non-autistic gatekeepers accusing them of faking autistic characteristics to fish for positive attention. So why is it that the footage of suffering autistic children is accepted as authentic, but footage of happy autistic adults tends to be questioned and accused of being inherently fraudulent? Could it be that mainstream autism-related charities like Autism Speaks have crafted a monolithic narrative of autism, a single story that is laser-focused on higher support needs autistic children, who are often depicted as being perpetually unhappy, along with those kids' frazzled, desperate parents? Could it be that singular monolithic messaging is so entrenched in popular consciousness that any variation from this narrative is called into question as being inherently fraudulent as to what they were taught to be the definition of autism? Allowing any one generalized single story to dominate the perception of any situation or group of people, it always promotes disrespect, nourishes discrimination. And in the sphere of disabilities, including autism, but not limited to it, it leads to witch hunts, where people who know little to nothing about these diagnoses and criteria, if they're acting in good faith and not being knowingly bad, knowingly malignant, take it upon themselves to expose and punish alleged autistic fakers, which ruins lives. Well-intentioned people who get exposed to messages like this interview, who think they're sticking up for the rights of the disabled, end up believing that fundamental human experiences and emotions, the capability for people to experience happiness or sadness, for the potential of people to communicate in a form that comes naturally for them, to create art or poetry, are all things inherently absent from disabled people. And sometimes they end up believing that autism and other disabilities are a form of literal brain death, where people exist like ghosts bereft of consciousness or personhood. And that sort of thinking believes to the rationalization of human rights nightmares that get dressed up as compassion. This book is called May Tomorrow Be Awake. The first half of this book is an account written by Chris Martin about their experience working with diagnosed autistic people, some of whom are probably level 3 in terms of support needs, some of whom probably use, or well, he says they use little to no spoken language at all, but can use keyboards and other computer-based tools. The second half of this book is filled with poetry written by those autistic people. How many of the poets, like those featured in this book, if they were able to and interested in presenting themselves in their work on social media, along with their unique expressions of happiness, which are characterized by their neurodiverse traits and behaviors, would be accused of being
all these kids on TikTok that have hijacked
because of well-meaning people like Amber recklessly saying things like,
and
Never.
these kids could write on the internet, TikTok, and do all this stuff. My son doesn't
That's right.
understand the use of a computer. My son doesn't understand this. This isn't a STEM.
we don't need to deal in the realm of hypothetical situations, because we know this happens to professionally diagnosed neurodivergent content creators for the exact reasons I've already discussed over and over, from slightly different angles to try to illuminate it from as many angles as possible. And it needs to stop. That doesn't mean burying the stories of high support needs autistic people like Noah. It means understanding that there are autistic people and disabled people with many diverse profiles and potentially overlapping sets of symptoms that create a variety of support needs that call for a variety of forms of care and therapy and treatment and accommodation and medication. And understanding that these people have varying levels of capability in all categories, along with varying levels of capability and potential for self-reliance, and many different paths that lead to their safety and happiness regardless of self-reliance. All of them deserve support and understanding. The idea that this should be a competition among disabled people or their caregivers or advocates to present as the most sympathetic or marketable or the most severely oppressed needs to stop.
And these kids were like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. It's not right. I'm sorry.
Now, to be transparent, Amber's saying this in the context of an account of having to see footage of her son being physically abused by a school employee in response to him having an adverse sensory episode. That needs to be said to contextualize her emotions here. And taking the content of that quote on its own,
And these kids were like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. It's not right. I'm sorry.
if Amber quotes here a specific online video of someone representing themselves as autistic, saying, quote, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. In a society where autistic misery is widely embraced by many non-autistic people as sympathetic and inspiring, while autistic joy is frequently rejected and disparaged by non-autistic people for allegedly glamorizing mental illness and disrespecting the struggles of the families of autistic people, why wouldn't at least some diagnosed autistic people feel empowered by a community and identity that makes them feel cool. I have to ask whether or not that particular person Amber might be quoting was diagnosed or not, and whether or not their intentions were sincere or not in saying that, if they did. Has Amber considered the possibility that a person who was diagnosed with something within the neurodiversity range might, as a result of the atypical natural behaviors and experiences that define diagnosed patients with neurological variations, or perhaps even as a result of the diagnosis itself, be routinely subject to targeted harassment, bullying, derision from their peers or family members or authority figures, and that such a person might emotionally connect with the neurodiversity concept as something that empowers them to thrive for their own sake, after a lifetime of being bombarded with messages characterizing their existence as a miserable tragedy that puts a burden on their parents and society. Has Amber considered why a diagnosed autistic person, young or old, living in a society where general awareness of autistic people is limited to images of children in psychiatric hospitals or having meltdowns due to the messages of charities like Autism Speaks, and after years of having their needs and legitimacy questioned because they may not be in a psychiatric hospital and they may not experience meltdowns in that manner, and so their needs are compared with people who have those different support needs from themselves and are accused of not needing the help that they do need, that maybe people like that might take it upon themselves to share positive messages about themselves on social media, post happy moments of themselves on social media, might actually discuss themselves and their existence with pride, rather than acquiesce to living in shame and constant apology to the world for having been born different than the overwhelming majority of people. If one considers all of that, I think the answer is obvious.
All these other kids, older kids, do this. Kids with autism, why it's such on a rise. Kids with Asperger's, all these kids on TikTok. And
Never.
these kids could write on the internet. All of these kids who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. You have kids who obviously don't even understand.
Do you think these kids have some form of autism that are doing this? Yeah. Because it also makes me so mad, Amber, that these kids are getting away with this stuff and nobody's pushing back on them. And like, where are the fucking adults? Where are they?
Most of the more popular community leaders representing themselves as autistic on TikTok and YouTube channels dedicated to autism-related topics, at least that I can find, including many of the clips featured in autism faking and autism cringe compilations compiled by people who are accusing them of being fakers, are not only diagnosed, but are clearly adults, to the point where some of them might have been diagnosed before Amber was born. And I don't feel that it should be on them to present to the camera their diagnosis documents any more than I feel that Amber should be required to present whatever certificates or diplomas she may have to call herself someone in the medical field. A lot of these autistic people are actually parents that appear in these videos, but I consistently keep seeing them be derided as self-diagnosing kids who are obviously, undoubtedly, faking autism and autistic traits for online clout. And it's kind of funny how this trend coincides with this documented phenomenon where autistic adults are routinely infantilized or perceived or treated like children or significantly younger, even decades younger than they actually are. Even if the people doing that judging aren't aware of their neurological status, even if they don't even mean harm by it. And this matters because well-meaning self-appointed disability gatekeepers that feel emboldened by messages like what's seen in this interview literally throw out the professional diagnoses of people with autism and other disabilities. I mean, I say throw them out. I don't mean figuratively like they disregard them, but I mean actually physically destroy and alter people's documentation, and then refuse those patients necessary accommodations and services because they consume messages like what's in the interview between Amber and Buck, at least in terms of how it was published in its final form. Because they go on believing autism to be a single story of Noah. And I hate mentioning Noah, but the nature of how this was presented in the podcast keeps making me have to bring him up as the example, because Amber keeps using him as the example, positioning him as the literal definition of autism. And that anyone who varies from that image, that stereotype, is a fraudster that's gaming the system. And like I said, Amber wants to place emphasis on receiving an official diagnosis, which could be perfectly legitimate. Could be. Whether it is or not, she also says that she wants to gatekeep the autism community and the right for people to call themselves autistic based on her own thoughts about her own perception of people's profiles, which, as I mentioned, happens to include a completely fake, fictional version of the characteristics that define Asperger's syndrome. So only one of those two things can be true without it being
contradiction.
She can't go by the standards of DSM-5's official diagnostic language to validate the seriousness of her son's disability profile and then go by what she thinks or her personal tastes and opinions to validate other people's autism. Not unless she thinks that patients diagnosed along the lines of what describe former Asperger's syndrome, that nowadays might be autism spectrum disorder level 1, are welcome as legitimately autistic only during moments in which Amber needs a pillar on which to elevate her son's level 3 diagnosis, but should be cast away as pretenders at every other moment aside from that. Which is what Amber, through her words, did in this interview.
My son is 12 years old. He still wears diapers.
Incontinence isn't a mandate for professional autism diagnosis.
My son does not speak.
Absence of speech isn't a mandate for a professional autism diagnosis.
My son cannot feed himself.
Requirement for assistance to eat is not mandate for a professional autism diagnosis.
My son does not know time. My son does not know weather. My son elopes. My son, he hits himself. He hits us. My son doesn't understand the use of a computer.
None of those things are mandate for a professional autism diagnosis.
That is autism.
No. Those are the attributes of Noah's personal deficit profile. Things that Noah requires and deserves patience and understanding and care for. Those are things Noah is entitled to. Those are not qualifications by which Noah's mother gets to dictate that people she never met don't have the right to call themselves autistic.
Stimming, my son, I could show you videos of my son. It's an echoic stimming.
Echoic stimming and echolalia are, as a known matter of fact, able to be experienced by people with level 1, 2, and 3 autism diagnoses.
I would describe it more as a seizure where it's uncontrolled. Now you see on TikTok, all these people are like, oh, I'm stimming. This is a stim. And it's not a stim. This isn't a stim. I can show you, Buck, videos of my son stimming where he flinches he clenches his whole body.
Stereotyped and repetitive motor functionality as a regulating or expressive behavior, as a known matter of fact, can be experienced by autistic people with level 1, 2, and 3 diagnoses. Stimming is not a seizure. Though autistic people may also experience seizures, those are something medically distinctly different from stimming. Stimming is not defined by an absence of motor control. It can take many forms. It can involve the shaking or manipulation of objects. It can involve walking or pacing or skipping in combination with other mannerisms. It can also take the form of focused observation of the movement of external objects, such as soap bubbles, or lava lamps, or vehicles like trains or airplanes. And it takes far too many forms to name. Now, in extreme cases, these behaviors can be physically harmful. But that's overwhelmingly not the case. And this phenomenon does not appear only in autistic people, but also in non-autistic people, typically in comparatively extremely subtle forms that aren't likely to be perceived as unusual or disruptive.
Or he'll flap.
Natural flapping gestures, as a known matter of fact, can be experienced by autistic people with level 1, 2, and 3 diagnoses.
All these kids on TikTok that have hijacked, oh, I stim, but I could do this on beat. That's not stimming. My son, I could show you videos of my son. It's not something like, oh, I'm dancing, so I'm stimming.
No matter how insincere or inauthentic any particular TikTok video of a self-described autistic person may or may not be, enjoyment of music and dancing, as a known matter of fact, can be experienced by autistic people with level 1, 2, and 3 diagnoses. Autistic characteristics manifest in all aspects of that person's life. Neurodivergent stimming being naturally occurring in self-regulating, expressive mannerisms, reflecting any variety of experiences and emotions, coincide with or be triggered by enjoyment of music. And if you really think about it, dancing among human beings in general is one of the most objectively illogical, nonsensical things human beings do. Dancing is unnecessary body movement, timed according to deliberately and elaborately arranged patterns of unnecessary noise. Isn't it amazing how if you strip things as fundamentally human as dancing and music of any context of it being expressive or pleasant to the people who do it, that it can be made to sound like something people should be getting therapy or prescribed drugs for? Except most people dance or enjoy music, or at least understand those concepts. Now, if you take expressive, repetitive motor mannerisms that aren't widely experienced or understood from people that are an overwhelming minority of the human population, and combine that with unnecessary body movements of the more typical nature exhibited by most people that we do call dancing, what's the problem? Unless Amber thinks autistic people who are atypical in enough ways that it can be scientifically observed as reflecting a measurable neurological variation won't also dance naturally in an atypical manner for most people.
Mind you, he's in over 30 hours a week of therapy plus 40 hours of school in a specialized school. So he gets a lot of it. And these people who are like, oh, I'm neurodivergent. That's why putting an umbrella over all of these things really has sickened me. Like the DSM-5 changed. And so now Asperger's is a part of ASD, which it should have never been.
Nope. I totally agree with you.
Specialized therapy, training, and education that takes all sorts of forms, and many may include varying levels of inclusion with non-disabled people, as a known matter of fact, may be required by autistic people with level 1, 2, and 3 diagnoses. And it can mean the difference between many people being able to attempt to integrate into non-disabled society during childhood or adulthood, or remaining isolated and in need of additional care they otherwise might have thrived without. And yes, that includes people who would have formerly been diagnosed as Asperger's syndrome patients. Though Amber, based on what's seen on screen in the 1-hour interview, seems to be dismissing the notion that such people need or should qualify for services, therapy, training, accommodations, or a diagnosis at all.
We've been on a waiting list for one of his ABA therapies.
Whether or not any particular form of therapy is controversial or not, there's a widespread scarcity of trained therapists, certified trainers, and other specialists in the United States to serve the patients who could benefit from those services. And that's not to mention financial barriers in places where such services aren't provided gratis through the public education system, and the total absence of services and support for autistic adults, especially those with lower support needs.
You could say whatever the hell you want and you get to be treated as you want. No, my son's diagnosis took 11 hours for me to get.
Wow.
The testing and evaluations required to receive an autism diagnosis can take multiple day-long sessions for people with level 1, 2, and 3 diagnoses. It can mean a week of being in a school-like environment where their parents have to pack them a lunch and they go to a place such as a university hospital.
And
Never.
these kids could write on the internet, TikTok, and do all this stuff. My son doesn't
That's right.
understand the use of a computer. My son doesn't understand this.
Depending on their deficit profile, use of computers and other electronic devices may be possible by autistic people with level 1, 2, and 3 diagnoses, and in many cases can serve as a disability adaptation in and of itself, and sometimes mandatory just to allow them to function as best they can in a world that's often not built for them. And the list just goes on and on and on. Difficulty with ordinary daily tasks, sensory overload events, temporary inability to speak, as a known matter of fact, can be experienced by autistic people with level 1, 2, and 3 diagnoses. Requirements for various accommodations, including constant access to adaptive equipment of many kinds, as a known matter of fact, can be needed by autistic people with level 1, 2, and 3 diagnoses. And sometimes those pieces of equipment can look like toys or a fashion accessory to those unfamiliar with what those do for people who need them. At this point, I'm left with very little else to say about the autism discourse in this interview. Being overly generous towards this interview's autism discussion, it's a well-intended failure whose potential to cause harm to people with autism and other disabilities is unlimited.
And thanks everybody for joining us. I do appreciate you. Leave Amber some beautiful stuff because she really opened up and told us gold. Oh my God, you guys, we got such good information today.
It fails autistic people and people with other disabilities by giving members of the public medically incorrect information about autistic traits.
Leave Amber some beautiful stuff because she really opened up and told us gold. Oh my God, you guys, we got such good information today.
And it validates discriminatory attitudes that have already empowered online vigilantes to attempt to gatekeep the autism community by targeting, ridiculing, harassing professionally diagnosed autistic people. The ones who Buck and Amber say they are the most passionate about protecting from bad actors on the internet.
And then I also am a special needs mother and advocate. And I'm an advocate here in Colorado. I'm going to gatekeep autism.
Disability advocacy has a long and infamous history of non-disabled people with good intentions causing unbearable suffering to the people they were sincerely passionate about helping. Alexander Graham Bell, inventor of the telephone, was passionate about the struggles faced by deaf people. His idea of advocacy for the deaf was to testify before the United States Congress that the use of sign languages by the deaf needed to be abolished, that it was preventing deaf people from living life like hearing people and using spoken language. And thanks to that, deaf people were brutally punished in American schools for the deaf, for communicating in the way that came naturally to them for generations to follow. Good intentions aren't enough. Acquiring willingness to learn and change one's thoughts based on new information is the only starting point for reconciliation I feel qualified to suggest to Amber, who, in spite of all the things she said that I passionately disagree with, I find to be a traumatized mother whose dedication to her son's survival and happiness seems to have distracted her from considering the legitimacy of experiences of autism that differ from Noah's. I don't have to play devil's advocate to insist that everyone who's watched my video so far consider the complexity and the enormity of Amber's struggles as a parent throughout all of this, because she's not a devil. No matter what mistakes she may have made or how much opportunity she may have in the future to grow as an effective advocate for disabled people other than her own son, she's just one imperfect person, as each of us are. And she is one person facing challenges that few of us will ever be able to begin to understand. I've spent a long time speculating as to Amber's feelings or intentions or the specifics of situations and events she didn't fill out in this interview. So I'm going to do that one more time.
I've had to fight so hard. Like, a principal locked my son in a closet for 20 minutes. He physically locked, and after he hit him, it's all on video, and these kids were like, oh, I'm neurodivergent because it's cool. It's not right. I'm sorry.
In facing something like that, where it's possible the principal, the leader of that school, who sounds as though he was responsible for escalating that situation into something abusive and traumatic for Noah, it's possible that the principal remained someone that Amber had to continually deal with and negotiate with on good terms as a person with authority over Noah's education and services after that event went down. I can't imagine how frustrating that could be if that was the case. Now, no matter how hard Amber and her family work for Noah's welfare, there are just going to be so many factors, like just completely beyond their control, like shortages of therapists, extreme costs in the services and care that Noah requires, even just hiring a professional perhaps to come to their house so they could just have a day off every once in a while. So getting to the interview, when Amber, as someone who might be knowledgeable only about her son's autism profile, as he is naturally going to be her focus for learning about autism, she's recounting what was already an overwhelming and dramatic experience for Noah, even before he was locked in a closet for a third of an hour. As someone who Amber describes doesn't have a concept of time. And then for her to have to recount seeing video footage of that and dealing with the aftermath of that, and then also thinking of someone that she saw on the internet, someone or some people that describe themselves as autistic when her own son isn't able to speak at all, and that talked about or displayed what they described as autistic behaviors or characteristics or mannerisms, all of which were probably explained and depicted being so radically less severe and debilitating in comparison to Noah's characteristics. And that those people talking about at least some of those described autistic traits not only is non-negative, but is a source of happiness or positive experiences in their lives. All while Amber knows that her own autistic son not only won't be able to make a video like that, but will need help with everything he does and does not do every moment of every day of his life. Whether or not the people in whatever videos Amber saw were actually kids or not, whether or not those people turned out to be professionally diagnosed or not. Assuming Amber, in the course of educating herself on autism only in the context of what she absolutely needed to know in order to care for her own level 3 out of 3 support needs autistic son, going through hardships like abusive school staff and therapist shortages, and extreme healthcare and therapy expenses, and fear for Noah's future after she's gone. And then seeing such videos from people she naturally might not be ready to understand or recognize as being autistic, even if they were actually diagnosed. I can see how and why Amber could end up developing an unhealthy grudge towards disabled people whose support needs were less severe than Noah's. That doesn't make it okay. It's extremely toxic. But it means Amber has the chance to learn and grow. And from my point of view, there's no reason for me to criticize Amber this deeply over the Buck Angel interview, while not expecting that to be an opportunity for growth for her in multiple ways, some of which don't need to be public at all. I don't want her to be canceled as a potential future great disability advocate, which she could turn out to be. Now, if she continues promoting disability discrimination and spreading information that's wrong, she should be subject to criticism. But the last thing I'd want is for a vigilante online mob going after her or her family based on a limited selection of video footage. That's exactly what I'm not about. So I wish Amber, her family, the best of hope and health and enduring happiness. And also, Amber, I do like your glasses. Sorry, I had to. Now, for my own commentary, my own response, my own explication that I provided in regards to the autism discussion in Buck's interview with Amber, everything you've seen in terms of video footage and my response to that footage only covers 13 minutes out of an hour-long discussion. And aside from the approximate 13 minutes of autism discussion, most of what Buck and Amber's interview consists of is concerned with healthcare in the context of transgender issues, with particular emphasis on the efficacy and ethics of specific drugs that are now being used in gender-affirming care. I don't have history or experience with those sorts of issues, and regardless of how I may feel about such issues in general, or how I may feel about Buck and Amber's discussion regarding them in their interview, I'm not going to discuss on or comment on that. I consider that off limits to myself. Because after all that I've said, I would be loath to really give personal opinions on a serious topic that I have no first-hand experience on and haven't studied a variety of credible sources on. So I don't know whether or not the transgender healthcare and medical topics discussed in that interview are something that trans people should be aware of, regardless of their personal opinions of Buck and Amber themselves. But I could say, if, and I don't know, but if the 40 minutes of transgender healthcare information they discussed is genuinely accurate and reasonable, and something that people in that community should take seriously and should arm themselves with, the severe absence of quality I just explicated in the 13 minutes of autism and disability related information casts a long shadow of doubt over the credibility of anything said in the video. But that's a subject for others to illuminate. I'm not qualified. End of story. So now that that's done with, I just want to close up with some housekeeping. I guess it's really going to be in a whole other section. But first off, I want to say, if this isn't clear enough already, no one should harass or flame or Buck or Amber over this, no matter how controversial what they said may be. I think it's extremely important for me to highlight that Buck has favorited comments from autistic people in the interview. Like in the interview video, they've actually highlighted, like favorited, comments from autistic people that challenge the opinions and misinformation in the video. And Amber herself, she has responded to at least one comment with a partial apology. So that alone should give credit to their willingness to learn and grow. And I believe it's sincere. Additionally, I think it goes without saying that anyone interested enough to have watched my response should absolutely see the original interview Buck did with Amber, which I used intentionally a bare minimum of footage for. Normally I would ideally recommend that people watch the original video first, then watch my criticism, but there was just so much severe misinformation that I couldn't responsibly allow that to potentially be someone's first source of contact on this. And I really think that everyone should see for themselves the original context of everything that I commented on or responded to or criticized. So in that sense, when I get to the editing phase of this creative process, I'm going to make sure that I'm going to put impossible to miss timestamps from the original interview in every second of footage I use, so that people who see my breakdown and criticism can refer to the specific quotes and see their original place and context in Buck and Amber's interview. And I also want the fact that the timestamps will be visible to help make explicit that I have no intention of editing the footage in such a manner that represents anyone's intention, whether I agree with what they say or not. And so for just some little terminology notes I do want to address that I know could potentially be of some concern. I use the word patient a lot in the criticism, saying, autistic patients or disability patients. And I know that may have concerning implications to some people. So I want it to be clearly understood that I mean patient in the very specific context of defining a person who has been or is being assessed and or treated by an accredited physical or mental health care practitioner. Not that autism is like a disease in the sense of something that can be spread like a germ or cured, because our most current science understands autism as a neurological variation that is part of a person's individual makeup. I don't need to be convinced of that or anything of that nature. But as far as why I made the video, oh boy. Why I made this video is really just because I saw so many comments under Buck and Amber's interview from people, most of which I reason are actually autistic, saying that they were interested in making detailed responses to the discussion, but they felt so overwhelmed by the sheer number of points to even attempt to cover it. So I know some larger content creators than me who actually focus on autistic and neurodivergent content have covered this. I've watched them and I studied them. I really felt I could cover a criticism and response to this interview from a unique perspective. Now, I guess the approach I take with some of the points I make and some of the criticisms I make may have the potential to rub some people, especially within the actually autistic community, the wrong way. But I want them to keep in mind, if any of you are watching this, that hypothetical concessions I make towards ideas you may disagree with or even be morally opposed with are more likely than not things I'm making for the sake of demonstrating to non-autistic gatekeepers that spreading irrational discrimination and factual misinformation hurts all neurodivergent people, including the ones who already have an official diagnosis, who are the ones that the gatekeepers say they want to protect. And if these self-appointed gatekeepers behave in good faith from that aspect, I believe it will affect all autistic people, including ones that are not currently officially diagnosed or maybe are not seeking official diagnosis. So for me personally, yeah, I do have multiple diagnoses that land within the neurodiversity range. I don't talk about my experiences regarding autism on the internet a lot. If I ever posted a TikTok video of my own stimming, which is just a natural part of who I am, it's like the metronome to my thought process. It's like a physical manifestation of the things that for other people remain purely between their ears and behind their eyes for me. And if I took a video of that and posted it on TikTok of me stimming, and I expect that I'm really exactly the sort of person that Amber would be likely to deride as one of those self-diagnosed autism hijacking kids, especially if I had shaved my mustache. But even though if I was actually diagnosed like over the course of several days at a university that we had to take a road trip to, and Amber was not born at the time that it happened yet. So I was diagnosed before she was born, yet I find myself in a position to have likely been described as a kid by her if I posted myself streaming on TikTok in that context. But so if you look at, I have this photo here, I'm going to edit this in, of me using the family computer that we had in our house at the time I was diagnosed. Like, I definitely was not thinking about how, like, oh man, in 25 years, my diagnosis is going to score me so much clout on TikTok or whatever. I know one professional who I dealt with in my adult life, where I can continue to receive assistance in therapy and whatever, but they actually described, and I took it as a compliment, they meant it as a compliment, but they described me as a success story for having gotten the services and the therapy and the training that I needed as early as I did, and then integrating so relatively well into the non-disabled world as an adult. But the crazy thing about all of this is that for so many people who have a background like me, like, being a success story in this context just turns into being judged as having obviously been misdiagnosed in the first place, since there's no way someone as apparently normal looking as me could possibly have gotten a legitimate autism diagnosis. Though for the purpose of just talking and entertaining or commenting on an online video, at least in the form that I make them, is so specifically suited to me, sort of flipping on and off certain switches of my total behavior suite. And the fact that I was a child actor at a young age, it has, I could say, had some very interesting experiences in the context of growing up with a neurological variation in terms of things such as masking. When I say child actor, I have an IMDb page because of the work I've done. But anyway, I guess the point I was making is I could maybe activate and deactivate given certain situations and whatever stimuli are going on, different aspects of my characteristic profile, but I can't turn an on and off switch to ever really know the theoretical person I might have been without that lifetime of therapy and training and services. So perhaps that alternative me might not be able to do the things I do as easily as I do, or even at all. And a lot of the things that I do that I've gotten service, training therapy for, come at greater physical and mental costs than it might take a typical person. Now, me doing them, if I have to do them or want to do them, isn't something that I perceive as a burden, but these profiles are all in relation to relating other people to each other, which is, I think, a point that even a lot of disability advocates that I do agree with all the time kind of overlook. Now, I'm very lucky, especially being who I am, to have been in the right place at the right time, to have been identified and diagnosed with the way I was. If I wasn't, I expect it would have been tremendously harder, my life growing up and my adult life, than it already is. So as for my characteristics, I've been growing my hair since 1993 because my dad is a hairstylist, and getting my hair buzzed with an electric hair buzzer made me have sensory meltdowns. This is years before we knew what that was or why it was, before I could even begin to explain that. And my uncle, it's a tradition in my family to grow the hair out. My dad was bald, but I saw my uncle. I'm like, oh, you could just not grow your hair. I could avoid that intense, overwhelming, periodic thing I go through that I was adverse to, and the way that most people are adverse to getting their teeth drilled, getting root canals, was, though it was not physically painful, the sensory intensity of it, especially as a toddler, was pretty much what I'd liken it to. And of course, my experiences aren't universal, but for me, stimming, flapping, echolalia, temporary nonverbality, the experience of being nonverbal as a child, not knowing what that is, and this is before I was diagnosed, and just being confused, I remember being conscious and thinking without words, being unable to say anything, understanding that my mom is on the phone with a doctor because she's freaking out because I'm not talking, and just being totally baffled by it. But going on, fixation on topics of interest upon certain, transitional objects, auditory, visual sensitivities, facial tics, adverse reactions to certain textures, sensations. Those are all part of my personal experience. Those have all been documented by professionals that have evaluated me. And all of those, pretty much every aspect of that is ongoing to some extent or another, and just part of who I am and how I work, for positive and negative. Now, I'm very fortunate that, especially given that this is in the early 90s, that my care and treatment did not pathologize or try to erase my autistic characteristics that were atypical but didn't really adversely affect my quality of life. Like my ambulatory manual stimming, they ignored that, but because it wasn't causing me problems. But things like facial tics were something that I put great deliberate effort into working to in therapy, even in elementary school. And in my case, it was something that could be worked on with ongoing deliberate effort. Not all tics are like that in all people. There's so please don't take that as a single story of how tics work, that you could just get away with it or make it go away with professional therapy. It's very specific to what was going on with me and my personal profile, the nature, the origin of the tics, and so forth. So I received some of the services, occupational therapy, medications were evaluated. I was permitted the use of different pieces of special equipment, accommodations to deal with sensory and motor issues. Some of those tools I still make use of in adulthood that I carry with me and use everywhere I go. I know there's the whole STEM toy phenomenon, sort of characterized by the fidget spinner craze. I do have a few spinners on my desk, but something like this, they call this a tangle. There's several types of these. This is something that I was attracted to for like decades before the STEM toy craze, because they're comforting and soothing. They coincided with how my thought process worked, the physical manifestation of that in my sort of manual motor manipulations, and they reminded me of stuff that I saw that we had in therapy. Other things like this here. This is a high frequency noise reflectors. This is something that existed in disability catalogs. I remember getting disability catalogs into adulthood only in the last 5 or 6 years, as things went fully digital, that I really stopped receiving disability catalogs, even as I've moved due to all, my background, and all this stuff. And looking through those disability catalogs and all this equipment was exciting to me as looking through toy catalogs, all this cool stuff that was in them that appealed to me, because they were made for people like me and people very different from me as well. But high frequency noise reflectors like these were very, very expensive. And there's something I could have benefited from in an age before, iPods. I remember I was the first kid in my high school in senior year to have an iPod, and people made fun of me. Like, what is this? What is that weird little computer? Why don't you just get a Walkman like everyone else? So having something that looked like this and wearing it and having an excuse to was not something that would have looked cool in the way that it might today. So I deliberately did not avail myself of similar things to this that were then very expensive. Now could just be purchased on Amazon as a convenience item that everyone benefits, and not just those with sensory issues. Portable word processors. The first, this is something that was in part specifically made for disabled people that had trouble, have different motor issues, and cannot handwrite with the same speed or ease as other people, which can go beyond when it's a neurological issue, just needing to practice handwriting. Because I was obsessed with handwriting. I was obsessed with Palmarian cursive when I was in kindergarten. What kindergartner even knows what Palmarian cursive is? But word processors like this. This is something that used to be my daily driver. My new daily driver word processor is this contraption. This is a Pomera DM100 that I had to import from Japan. This is a black and white device that runs on AA batteries, no speakers, no apps, no internet access. All you can do on it is type. It has absolutely transformed my life, transformed my ability to function, and I can wear it on my hip, which is absolutely awesome. But now for years I also needed specially prescribed dark-looking glasses over my optical sensory issues. Now, like I said, I still use the high-frequency noise reflectors in many situations. I showed you a couple of the dedicated word processing machines that I used. Like the newest is my Pomera, the little... this little thing. Now, the first word processor I ever used was an Apple II that I had to wheel from the computer lab every morning over to my classroom in elementary school to type on, because I was part of the disability accommodations that were prescribed after I was diagnosed at the university. Now, as far as bad experiences, people being unfair to me, I guess, over this sort of stuff, I guess one experience that sticks out with me that actually kind of changed the way in which I presented myself online in terms of being forward about, I guess, my neurological status, my diagnoses, were once, and this was in my adult life, I was already in college, but someone I had been friends with for years and years, in person, real life friends with, went to their wedding and everything. We had a misunderstanding. They ended up calling me disgusting and accused me of making up a facetious self-diagnosis of Asperger's as an excuse for what he considered deliberate bad behavior from me after I disclosed my neurological status to him, which took place in private over something that happened in private. So it's not even you're just trying to save face on the internet. And the funny thing is, this happened in 2015. 2013 or so. So it happened right on the tail of the DSM-4 era, in which my diagnosis would have remained officially called Asperger's syndrome, as well as the other things I'm diagnosed with, because I have several diagnoses. But I was really going out of my way then to avoid mentioning my diagnoses, specifically because I didn't want to have to deal with accusations of seeking special treatment. So being accused of it anyway by someone I trusted was kind of a shock. And the crazy part is that he was a special education teacher who worked with disabled kids, and shortly in the aftermath of this completely cut ties with me. So if by some odd chance you're watching this now, I wish you the best. But probably the most extreme difficulties were during college. Like, the director of the school's Students with Disabilities department retired late in my college career, which due to disability-related things went on for many years longer than a bachelor's is supposed to take. But I could do a video twice the length of whatever this is on my experience with that alone. I'm actually have written in parts stuff that might become a book someday. But anyway, the Students with Disabilities Center director retired, and the replacement decided that I did not deserve the services and accommodations I was receiving for years there and needed in order to function in that setting. Now, a little background on this particular college I was attending. They're not a disability-specific college in any sense whatsoever. It certainly attracted a lot of characters in spite of that, but it was one of the few colleges in my region at the time that was willing to accept students without an SAT score. So what that means is that a lot of disabled students of various backgrounds that were capable of understanding and engaging with a college-level course of study, but whose capabilities were not reflected by the way the SAT was structured at that time, got attracted to this school because they were one of the only schools that were willing to accept students that did not have an SAT score. So I ended up at this particular college, and their course of study was specifically that they had available in terms of language, arts, and language and literature was what I was interested in. So I ended up at this college, and the new disability services director kind of, like, they basically tried to rewrite my personal history by destroying the copies of my diagnosis documentation that they had on file for years, that were documents that I had just happened to have gone through with my own eyes in their cabinets, in their their file cabinet, just months earlier, before the new director was hired. And there's no chance that, oh, they just misplaced the documents, because they didn't just like throw out my documents and say I didn't have anything. They actually they replaced those documents with a forged letter with my high school's letterhead saying that I had no disabilities or diagnoses, that she showed me and claimed that it proved that I was just self-identifying as disabled, which the college wasn't obligated to honor as legitimate, which is like the craziest thing ever, because the type of letter that they forged from my high school is what was called in that context an exit paper. And the type of exit paper that this forged letter was claiming to be was not something that my high school would have issued if I did not have like a professional diagnoses going back to elementary school. But and so luckily I had my own copies of all those documents, and regardless of that, I didn't even have to get them, because the person who did this failed to accomplish what they intended in regards to discrediting my diagnosis, because the entire rest of the college staff was like, what is this document? There's no possible way a high school would issue a document that says this. So the happy ending is, after paying a lot more money and spending many more years than a non-disabled student would need to, I managed to get the degree I was working for. And really, I think that's enough about me for now. I put myself last in all of this for the sake of just being reasonably transparent about my personal stake in this subject matter. Like, of not trying to be some kind of infiltration agent that could perhaps convincingly present as non-autistic in order to stick up for autistic people. And I really don't feel like doing it because I already feel like an infiltration agent just operating in everyday life outside of my own apartment. So I'm really not interested in doing that on my free time, which is what I'm spending to make this video, and all its various phases and stages of development. And I'm really not interested. I don't know how much more autism or disability related content I'd make. If I were to do so, I'd probably do it more about my own experiences, because I don't feel interested in doing the level of research and study and self-education that I feel would make me, that I'd feel comfortable with to talk about autistic or disabled experiences in general. So I'm really not interested or invested in the online social media disability community. I really don't like watching videos of other people stimming. Whether a particular video turned out to be real or not, it's just not something I'm interested in. And I'm definitely not interested in seeing myself stim from a third-person perspective. As much as I rely on it, and rely on very, very dramatic stems in order to function and end up creating as I do. I am a poet and a writer in the professional and recreational spheres. I'll put links to my stuff down below if you want to look at a few of my poems. But I'm really just making this in response to Buck and Amber's interview because I knew I'd be able to do that from a perspective that I don't think anyone else would have. Because I think the immediate instinct from most people in the actually autistic online community would have been to challenge it from the perspective of defending the concept of autistic self-diagnosis. And I didn't see, and that's the sort of the direction I saw other videos on this responding to the interview take, and I knew I could do a decent amount of content, maybe 10 or 15 minutes of content, maybe not even addressing that head on in the way that they did. So I just really thought it would just help some people who wouldn't otherwise be able to address all these points in a way that made them feel defended themselves. So my channel is for my motivations. Aside from that, I do have a couple of thousand subscribers, but I got those couple of thousand subscribers back in like 2010, when that was on the very lowest level possible of being like on the beginning phases of being mildly notable on YouTube. Like 99.9% of those subscribers are lapsed. My channel has been unmonetized for at least a decade, and for the last decade I'd say that my better performing videos rarely get more than a couple of dozen views. So this definitely isn't about the money or potential popularity or furthering a YouTube career. I do not want to have a YouTube career. I don't want to make money on this. I don't want to have to rely on the fickle nature of this. I'd rather make that money off my writing. So that covers everything. Thank you very much for watching.